So there you can see it is day 2 of the protest, a revolution really by the youth who are demanding a better management of their country, demanding a better government, claiming that the Oli government, the Communist Party is corrupt, that it is mismanaging the country and the economy and compromising on their future. This was anger that was brewing for a while now. There had been a trend on social media against Nepo kids, kids of nepotism, of kids of rich and powerful people and politicians especially, who are living these extravagant lifestyles, luxurious lifestyles with fancy cars and fancy holidays, and questions being raised as to how these lifestyles were being funded, and the implication that it was corruption of the government, of their parents, of their father or mother, whoever was in the government, their corruption that was funding the lifestyle of the youth, even as the common man is suffering. Let's just listen into what's being said there on the ground. So even as the common man is suffering, there's unemployment, there are no job opportunities, the rich getting richer, the corrupt really funding extravagant lifestyles for their families, as the future of the youth was compromised. So that is what really led to the anger. What added to added to this anger was the ban on social media platforms. Take a look at those visuals coming in from the parliament, where the security forces are still trying to hold off the protesters. Tear gas shells being fired at the protesters who have breached the government building. The Nepal parliament has been set on fire is what we are learning now. So that is, the chaos. That's really the heights of the kind of unrest. This is really the climax of this unrest that we're seeing currently, at least for today. The fact that it has reached the parliament, that the attempts to set the parliament building on fire, and that a wall of the parliament building has also been broken. In fact, Nepal parliament has been set on fire, and the Prime Minister's private residence also set on fire. So that is how out of control the situation has spiraled in Nepal, in Kathmandu, with the anger and the protesters. The Prime Minister had earlier said that the vested interests were also taking advantage of this unrest, of this violence and protest. That may be, however, the situation has clearly got out of hand, given that the parliament has been breached, that the protesters are inside parliament, and the parliament set on fire, that the Prime Minister's private residence has also been set on fire. That is what NDTV reporters are bringing us from the ground, that the parliament has been set on fire. Protesters are on the terrace of the building as well. Today is day 2 of the protests and chaos in Nepal. Yesterday we saw this massive march taking place in the streets of Nepal, in the streets of Kathmandu, to the parliament building. And there too we saw violence then breaking out, and 19 people lost their lives. Today is the day 2, and a lot of anger, especially over claims that school children who were in their school uniform were killed. This is what a lot of the protesters are claiming. NDTV cannot verify that. We cannot ascertain whether that is what really took place, but that is what a lot of the protesters are claiming, and that is what is leading to a lot of anger that we've seen today, where despite the curfew and restrictions that are in place, the protesters are having none of it. They are marching in the street. Initially, there was massive police presence and bandobast around the parliament building. Even as all the lanes leading to the parliament, we saw protesters there edging forward, pushing the security police back, pushing the police further and further back, finally reaching the parliament building. And now the security of parliament breached. They're on the roofs of the parliament, is what we're told. The parliament has been set on fire. Today, the Prime Minister's private residence has also been set on fire, as well as the homes of several of the ministers. Former Prime Minister Prachanda's house too was targeted. So it's day 2 of the chaos in Nepal, and this is driven by the anger among the youth over corruption in the government. Demands are that KP Sharma Oli government must go. There is speculation whether the Prime Minister may actually leave the country, but that is again something we cannot confirm. There was speculation that perhaps he could go to Dubai, but no confirmation on that. For the moment, though, the Prime Minister has called for an all-party meeting. However, we did speak to some of the opposition leaders who claimed that this was pointless, that what is the point of an all-party meeting given the situation on the ground, and that there is no choice but that Oli needs to go, that KP Sharma Oli needs to step down. And today Parliament has been breached with, we're told, arson there as well. Protesters on the terrace of the Parliament. It's a huge challenge for the security forces to deal with the situation given the sheer number of protesters. The Prime Minister yesterday claiming that vested interests had infiltrated the protest. Be that as it may, the situation is completely out of hand. There you can see those visuals coming in from the Parliament in Kathmandu, where the protesters are there. Tear gas shells are being fired. We hope it's rubber bullets that are being fired at the protesters. A lot of anger on the streets. In fact, our reporters were told again and again by the protesters, this is not to do just with the social media ban. Yesterday, it was portrayed in a lot of the media that the youth of Nepal were marching against the ban on at least 20 social media websites and apps. That was a part of it, but it was not the main reason for the protest. It was more to do with corruption in the government, and that is what had led to the call for the protest march on Monday. However, the fact that the social media apps got banned only added to the fire, added fuel to this fire that was already existing, this anger that was already existing against the government, with the demands that the Oli government needs to go. That is the demand of the Gen Z, and there has been sloganeering as well as arson is taking place. The Kathmandu International Airport has been partially closed, we're told. The Parliament has been breached. So very, very challenging situation, that's just putting it mildly, really, given the kind of scenes that we're witnessing. Nepal on fire in a sense, with chaos really just spiraling there, violence spiraling. There you can see the various scenes from today. The president's house was stormed by a handful of protesters who vandalized the house. The prime minister's private home was set on fire. You can see that smoke emanating. It was vandalized. The energy minister's home was also set ablaze. The parliament has been breached, and attempts to set a fire to parliament as well. A wall of the parliament, we're told, has been broken. The Hilton Hotel in Kathmandu, attempts made to set it on fire as well. In all the streets, despite all the restrictions and curfew that is in place, you see protesters marching in the streets, tires set on fire there, demands that Oli must go, sloganeering, KP Chor, Desh Chor, KP Oli, as he's called. So massive protests today in Nepal. It is day 2 of this unrest that we are seeing, and in multiple parts of the capital, these protests and violence taking place, arson taking place, with the Prime Minister's private home being vandalized and set on fire. The President of Nepal, his home also being stormed by the protesters. There's a lot of anger over what took place yesterday, when there was firing when there were clashes yesterday, and 19 people lost their lives. 300 people were injured in the protests and clashes that took place yesterday. In fact, yesterday the leadership of this Gen Z protest, though they say there is no leadership, but it was being shared on social media that the youth were being asked to retreat, and saying that some other forces have taken over the protest. And this is something that was also said by the Prime Minister Oli, who said that vested interest groups are taking over the protest and aggravating the situation. But as we said, be that as it may, the situation has got completely out of hand. Just take a look, more and more houses being set on fire. The home of the Prime Minister, the home of the President also being vandalized. the energy minister's home being set on fire, former Prime Minister Prachanda's home being targeted, the Hilton Hotel being targeted, and of course Parliament being targeted, with the protesters inside Parliament, with attempts to set the Parliament on fire also taking place. See these visuals that are being shared on social media. A lot of the anger also among the protesters is with these claims being made that school children, that children or the youth who are in school uniform, that they were also killed. And this is something we've heard again and again from some of those on social media, some of those influencers who we've been speaking to, them saying that the school children who were in school uniform were targeted by the security forces, and that this is unacceptable. There you can see the energy minister's home, these visuals from earlier of, celebrations. Really, you can see the happiness on the face of the protesters as the energy minister's home is set on fire in a massive mansion of a house there. And that is really what has led to this anger, this sort of disparity and corruption allegations in the government, with many of the family of those in power living extravagant lifestyles while the common man suffers. And India, of course, watching all these developments very, very closely. One, also because it's the youth that are protesting, and these things tend to ignite, anger in other parts as well. So for that reason, India watching the situation very closely, and giving calls that all sides should come to some kind of understanding. There needs to be a dialogue. Also advice to Indians who are in Nepal to tread very carefully and to exercise extreme caution given the kind of protests that are taking place. So India reacting to these developments, monitoring the developments in Nepal, deeply saddened by the loss of young lives, making a call to address the issues through peaceful dialogue. Indian nationals being advised to exercise utmost caution, and that will follow guidelines of Nepal authorities, asking for the Indians who are there in Nepal to follow the guidelines there and exercise caution. Well, let's go across to Ghazali now for more on all these developments and on the situation. Ghazali, India obviously watching the situation very, very closely with deep concern, given the partnership that we've had with Nepal, the close ties we've had, and also given the kind of youth-driven unrest that is taking place over there.
Yeah, two things to note, Gargi, here. One, that India doesn't want to land in the same situation as to what we were last year during the same month, around August and September, when Sheikh Hasina was ousted from Bangladesh. So right now, the Indian government is watching the developments there. We are also looking at that who are the organizers of the protest, who are the faces behind the protest, because one of those has come out and issued a statement as well. We also noticed that how Nepal's Prime Minister had raised objections when India and China were announcing their trade route resumption through the land border. One of those points was close to the Indo-Nepal border as well, and Nepal's Prime Minister had raised objection back then when Chinese foreign minister was in India, and also when the Nepal's Prime Minister went to attend the SCO summit as well. There as well he had raised those issues. But besides that, an unsettled neighborhood is never favorable for any country, leave alone India. And India has seen these kind of situations developing, mass protest erupting, not just in Nepal, which is happening for the last 48 hours, but we had seen the same in Sri Lanka, we have seen the same in Bangladesh. So India has advised cautions for its citizens there, the ones who are staying there, to follow the local advisory. Our own High Commission there, they are also in touch with the local officials. So right now the situation is tense. It wasn't so yesterday because the Nepal's Prime Minister was anticipating that perhaps after the protest, when people will gather on the streets, they'll protest, they'll raise slogans and will go back. But today it appears so that they breached the parliament yet again. They have put government buildings, residences of Prime Minister and other cabinet ministers on fire, and much more people have joined this protest, not just the youngsters as they were being called, the Gen Z group, but people from different age and from different walks of life have joined the protest on the ground and are also voicing their opinion and supporting it on social media, of the ban of which led to this entire protest.
That's right. Ghazali, thanks so much for joining us with all those details, and we'll continue to keep an eye on the situation in Nepal as Nepal is burning with the protests taking place for a second day. But let's just quickly run you through what's happening back home. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, after casting his vote this morning for the Vice President elections, is now undertaking the survey of Himachal Pradesh. He is going to be doing this aerial survey of both Himachal Pradesh and Punjab. Punjab too has been reeling from the worst floods in decades. And Himachal Pradesh, of course, NDTV has been bringing you the reports of the kind of destruction that has taken place this monsoon season, with landslides, roads being simply washed away, and a huge challenge for the administration. There's so many parts of Himachal Pradesh cut off, and then you have the situation in Punjab where the rivers are in spate, Himachal and Punjab bordering one another, the rivers from Himachal to Punjab in spate, and causing widespread flooding with many villages underwater, many people facing a huge challenge. So the Prime Minister there visiting and conducting this aerial survey of Himachal Pradesh, Kangra Valley and Punjab as well, to assess the flood situation and review the relief and rehabilitation efforts that are taking place in both states. The Prime Minister currently there in Himachal Pradesh. He will be in Dharamshala and he will be chairing a high-level review meeting with authorities there, also speaking to some of the local residents who have been affected by the disaster. He'll also be meeting, it's reported, with the personnel from the National Disaster Response Force and the State Disaster Response Force. Given the kind of situation one has seen, and NDTV has been bringing you those reports of the devastation in Himachal Pradesh in this monsoon season. Currently, the Prime Minister undertaking this aerial survey of Kangra Valley, one of the sites of this of the landslides and destruction that we have seen due to the excessive rainfall in Himachal Pradesh. Let's go across to Gurpreet for more. And Gurpreet, you've seen firsthand the kind of destruction that's taken place in Himachal Pradesh. The Prime Minister conducting this aerial survey, and later he will be also chairing a meeting. Take us through the details.
Well, yes, of course, the Prime Minister has already decided to conduct an aerial survey, not only in Himachal Pradesh, but in Punjab also. But the aerial survey has already been initiated in Himachal Pradesh, and this time we have seen in Himachal Pradesh there was a lot of destruction, specifically in Manali and Kullu, and so many landslides had been taken place. We have seen the central teams had already given a full-fledged report to the Prime Minister, and Prime Minister has already decided to conduct this aerial survey to get and to assess all the feedback from the locals, how much loss has been taken place, how much damage has been taken place, and after that they are going to make a strategy how they can revamp the infrastructure which has already been damaged. This year we have seen the multiple landslide had been taken place, and from June 20th onwards, we have seen multiple incidents had been reported from the various locations of Himachal Pradesh, and we have seen the central teams had already given a detailed report to Prime Minister, and after that Prime Minister has already decided to conduct these aerial surveys in Punjab and Haryana, so that he will be able to take a stock of situation on the ground, and he is going to interact the people to understand how much damage has been taken place, so that whatever the state governments have been demanding from the central government, the proper decisions should be taken by the central government. So we have to wait and watch, because this aerial survey which has already been initiated by the Prime Minister in Himachal Pradesh, after that we all know he will conduct the same aerial survey in the state of Punjab to assess the ground situation at this point of time. Back to studio.
That's all right. All right. Thanks so much for joining us there. And let's go back to the situation in Nepal, and reports coming in now that given the protest that the Prime Minister has submitted his resignation. So that is the big breaking news we're bringing you right now. Very dramatic scenes in Nepal, dramatic developments as well, and all of it on NDTV. This is day 2 of the unrest, and now the Prime Minister, KP Sharma Oli, has resigned. This was a key demand of the protesting youth, and so really victory for the Gen Z youth who are protesting over the kind of corruption and mismanagement of Nepal is what they're saying. And they said that nothing less than the Prime Minister resigning is what they wanted, and that is the big breaking news coming in, that Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has submitted his resignation. That's the breaking news on NDTV. On day 2 of these protests and demands for the Prime Minister to resign, KP Oli has submitted his resignation. That's a big breaking news coming in right now. KP Oli, who was leading the communist government of Nepal there, has now sent in his resignation, and these are after all these dramatic scenes that we've been bringing you, the developments all since the morning of his private residence being set on fire, the parliament being breached and set on fire. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that there are vested interest groups that have infiltrated these protests, which are the Gen Z protests. However, the Gen Z people we were speaking to, there's no clear leadership really of this protest. But many of those protesters who we were speaking to said that, be that as it may, that they do want the Prime Minister to step down. And now we'll have to see whether this will finally calm this anger that we're seeing on the streets. Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who has been Prime Minister several times in Nepal, has now stepped down, giving in to this key demand of the protesters, of the Gen Z protesters. This is really quite remarkable that on day 2 of these protests, the Prime Minister has stepped down. He had earlier called for an all-party meeting. However, we had spoken to some of the opposition leaders who were saying that there is no point to this all-party meeting and that the Prime Minister would have to go. And now there you have it. This is the big breaking news now, that the Prime Minister has resigned. KP Sharma Oli, who has been Prime Minister of Nepal at least twice earlier as well, now having to resign in the face of these protests that are taking place in Nepal, that have really gripped Nepal and led to major upheaval, with houses of ministers being set on fire, his own private residence being set on fire, the parliament also breached by the protesters, and a wall of the parliament broken, and arson there as well. So given the kind of protests that have gripped Nepal, the Prime Minister there clearly no choice but having to resign in the face of this massive outpouring of anger and protests on the streets of Kathmandu in Nepal. A lot of it just targeting his government, with several ministers' homes being set on fire, his own private residence being set on fire, the Hilton in Kathmandu also being targeted. This is the big breaking news we're bringing you. Quite remarkable, I have to say. I did not think that it would happen this soon, that the Prime Minister stepped down, but clearly in the face of this kind of unrest, perhaps the discussions that must have been held, and said no choice but to step down. But the government has not all stepped down. That was what the youth was saying. So we'll have to see what happens now, who takes his place. There is no clear leadership of the youth that are protesting this Gen Z protest. There is no clear leadership that has emerged from there. We were speaking to some of the protesters, and they were saying that perhaps it is the mayor of Kathmandu who could possibly emerge as some sort of rallying leader, or some sort of face of these protests, or somebody who could possibly be some kind of leadership there. But let's go across to Vishal now for more. And Vishal, this is fairly remarkable, the massive development, breaking news, the Prime Minister of Nepal stepping down, submitting his resignation.
Yeah, this was in the making, and gradually we were stepping towards it, and that has indeed happened now. PM KP Sharma Oli has resigned. Earlier in the day, I had also spoken with a Nepalese source. He had told me that he was expected to resign by evening, and he has actually resigned even before that. So this was, as I mentioned, step by step things that have happened, because we've seen that at least 3 to 4 big ministers of the Nepalese government have already resigned, and KP Sharma Oli was under tremendous pressure to continue to resign. So that is what he's chosen, and there were also many unconfirmed reports that suggested that he would be, leaving the country. That has not happened, but he has, vacated his post, and this comes in the wake of these huge protests that have rocked the country. Lakhs of people are on Kathmandu and the rest of the city's roads, and at least 20 to 25 people have been killed. Most of them really young folks. A kid as young as 12 had been killed yesterday. So all of that has culminated into this moment, into KP Sharma Oli's resignation, and he was already under pressure, even before all of this protest started, because ever since the ban was, kicked in, 26 social media apps were banned. Youth were, rallying on social media that something needs to be done. That percolated into a different level when these protests translated into the real world, because a lot of these protesters had congregated on social media, and they were trying to assemble people, rally people to take action on the ground, and that is what has happened. The protest started online, they transferred to the real world, and now they have already delivered one of the biggest results in Nepalese history. It's probably the biggest revolution Nepal has seen in the recent decades. We have seen some similar things happening in the last 20 to 30 years, but this indeed, a Nepalese PM resigning within a day of huge protests is quite big. So we'll have to see what happens now, because the head of the government has resigned. People are still up in the arms. So this was the
one. That, Vishal, because the Prime Minister has resigned, but it doesn't mean that the government is gone, right? I mean, this government remains very much in place. At least for the moment. I mean, we don't know. There's a lot of confusion and chaos, clearly. But yes, that was a big demand of the protesters, that KP Sharma Oli must go, and he has now resigned.
Yes. So the head of the government has now resigned. It's only a matter of time before, the government collapses, because his big leaders had already resigned. The health minister had resigned. The energy minister had resigned, and 2 other senior ministers had already given up their posts. So this was just a matter of time. The government, so to speak, is still in place, but it's just a matter of time before we see dissolution of the parliament. Parliament itself was attacked just moments ago. We've seen visuals. We have gathered visuals from across the country. We have reporters on the ground covering this. Really tense moments. But the biggest development has come just now, as we've been covering that PM KP Sharma Oli has vacated his post. This was widely expected. And the people who have been up in their arms, it will be interesting to see how they respond now, because as you mentioned rightly, this was their biggest demand, that KP Sharma Oli needs to resign, because a lot of these quote-unquote Nepo kids, arguments that had been swirling around social media and into the real world, a lot of that pertains to some of the higher echelons of the Nepalese government. So the fact that the biggest head has now, stopped functioning. So we'll have to see how people respond, because this is mostly people's movement. This did not have one single big representative rallying around people. This had many figures trying to, unite. So this is the people's revolution. This did turn out to be a really violent one, but things seem to be normalizing now, if we can say that, because it's still early days, early minutes to say that, but we'll have to see what happens now.
That's right. There's a lot of confusion currently still there in Nepal. But the big breaking news, as Vishal was telling us, the Prime Minister has resigned, something that was being expected. However, this soon in the day, the fact that on day 2 of the protest that this should take place, Vishal, We have Ghazali with us for more on these developments that have taken place. And Ghazali, you know, it's quite remarkable, day 2 of these protests and the Prime Minister has resigned. But given the seriousness and the type of violence we were seeing, 19 people killed yesterday during the youth protest. Today, we saw the Prime Minister's residence, private residence, set on fire. The President's home was breached. The Parliament was breached and set on fire. So now KP Sharma Oli has resigned. Tell us, you know, for viewers who may not know, you know, what has led to this situation in Nepal that has led to the Prime Minister's resignation. This is deep anger against the corruption in the government, and this was brewing on social media, finally, you know, coming out onto the streets yesterday. All right, Ghazali not with us. Let's go to Vishal. Vishal, if you could take us through all these developments.
So it all started with the 26 social media apps ban that was enforced by the Nepalese government. So what they argued was that these companies had not complied with the local laws. So they wanted these companies to have a local office employed inside the territory of Nepal and also have a local point of contact, to which these companies had not responded to. So that is why these aforementioned 26 companies, social media companies, were banned. A lot of these are owned by Meta, the global big tech behemoth, and apps such as Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp. They're all owned by Meta, and they were all banned. But what's interesting to be observed here is that the Chinese-owned app TikTok was not banned because it complied with the local governance, and that is why it continued to function. And a lot of these protests started to emanate through that medium. TikTok played a huge role in this revolution. TikTok, Reddit, WeChat, Nimbus, these are some of the apps that continue to function despite the ban, the fact that they complied with the law. So that is how the revolution brought by the people, they had some kind of medium. And the people also use some virtual private networks to, to stay in touch with people. Also, some encrypted messaging apps were used. So technology also played a huge role in this revolution, and it doesn't come as a surprise because you look at any situation, any tense situation across the globe, technology has been playing a big role, and that is what has happened in Nepal as well. And people, when they started to protest on the streets, one of the biggest demands of them were that they needed this social media ban to be reversed. And that indeed happened about 12 to 14 hours ago, but they continue to protest. So that says that the people did not really just want the social media ban to be reversed. They want the corruption to be rooted out, because there had been long time charges of corruption against the Nepalese government. The top echelons of the Nepalese government have been accused of breeding to be a breeding ground for all of these corruption activities. So all of that, these are two of the biggest angles as far as this protest is concerned. But social media did indeed play a big role in this whole scenario.
That's right, Vishal. Thanks so much for joining us with those details. So that is the big breaking news. We're now bringing you on day 2 of these protests in Nepal. The Prime Minister has resigned. That was a key demand of the protesters. The KP Sharma Oli has resigned. What happens next to his government? Are there going to be fresh elections? There is really no clarity right now, but for the moment, hopefully the fact, this big development of the Prime Minister resigning will hopefully douse the anger on the streets of Nepal. In Kathmandu, where you have the parliament being breached and set on fire, a part of the parliament set on fire, the Prime Minister's private residence set on fire, several ministers' homes also set on fire, the President's house breached as well, with a handful of protesters vandalizing his home. So a lot of anger in Kathmandu, in adjoining areas. There was also attempts to set the Hilton in Kathmandu on fire. So these are dramatic visuals that we've been bringing you. Our reporters have been bringing you all the developments from the streets of Kathmandu right outside Parliament. As the protesters arrived there, tear gas shells were lobbed at all the protesters. However, as you can see, the situation really spiraling out of control, and a lot of anger over how 19 people were killed in the protest yesterday. Yesterday was the big march in the streets of Kathmandu to Parliament, where the youth were protesting against corruption and also the ban on social media. By the evening, that ban on the various social media apps was lifted, but that really was not the main demand of the protesters. The main demand was the protest was against corruption in their government and demands that Oli had to step down. Now, KP Sharma Oli has stepped down. So what will happen next? Is it going to be an army takeover for a while? Are there going to be elections? This is another neighbor of India's that we are seeing this sort of disruption and unrest after Bangladesh. And there too, the protests were led by the youth. And here in Nepal as well, it is the youth that led this protest and achieved a victory in a sense that their main demand of KP Sharma Oli resigning has now taken place. That has come through with the Prime Minister stepping down. Well, let's go across to Shiv Arur now for more. And Shiv, dramatic developments there in Nepal, from the youth taking to the streets yesterday to all the vandalism and arson of today, and now the Prime Minister KP Oli Sharma stepping down.
It's a totally humiliating exit for KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister of Nepal. It took barely 36 hours of people power, Gen Z-fueled youth power on the streets of Nepal to force a very powerful entrenched Prime Minister's exit. Remember, this is a Prime Minister who was seen to have presided over a particularly corrupt phase of Nepal's economy and history. Youth unemployment is at an all-time high of 19.2%. Per capita income is low. There has been economic stagnation, corruption scandals, including a tea estate scandal in Nepal that has been directly linked to KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister. Several other scandals of certain ministers, ex-prime ministers from the same party, viral reels of, Nepo kids, the children of ministers and government officials partying abroad, and enjoying the high life while the youth of Nepal continue to suffer under the economic adversity phase that the country is going through. All of this has added to an enormous sort of powder keg, a time bomb that was ticking and waiting to go off. And the clampdown on free speech by way of banning 26 apps, including all the famous, American social media apps, was really the spark that lit the fire and resulted in what has been, and even now is, 36 hours of a complete rampage in Kathmandu and all the big cities of Nepal, including Pokhara, Lalitpur, Bharatpur, and elsewhere. So this is a situation where clearly the Nepalese Prime Minister simply didn't see a way out. The army has been called in. We understand from our reporters on the ground that the army already controls much of Kathmandu already, leading to the question over whether martial law will happen next. Now, Prime Minister Oli has said, a constitutionally agreed, transition will take place right now. I'm wondering whether that simply means martial law, before this can happen. Let's remind all of our viewers that Nepal has been in this situation before. Nepal has had a very troubled tryst with democracy. It has seen, flirtations with martial law in the past as well. A difficult relationship with the monarchy, which has seen violence and rebellions in the past as well. So this is in many ways familiar, but it's the first Gen Z uprising, the first digital native uprising that has resulted in the resignation of a popular and powerful and entrenched Prime Minister. And that is what the world will be watching very carefully. We've seen what happened in Bangladesh. We've seen what happened in Indonesia. This is a digital native revolution that has taken place, almost entirely fueled, by young professionals, youth, unemployed youth, students, from different parts of Nepal. We understand that lots of people had actually come back from abroad. Remember, Nepal has a huge international diaspora as well. Many people actually came back to be part of this. And at the time when those social media apps were being banned, that really made this an exponential rebellion in different parts of the country. And 36 hours later, KP Sharma Oli is paying the price.
Right, Shiv, and as you said, this is not the first time such protests are taking place, or of course the magnitude of this current protest is huge, but just 2 years ago we saw a protest asking for the monarchy to return, so that's how bad it had gotten in Nepal, that's how much anger there was on the streets of Nepal. The question now whether it's going to be, martial law there, is the army going to take over for a while. We also have Ghazali joining us for more, and Ghazali, quite remarkable that within 36 hours the youth of the country in Nepal have forced the ouster of the Prime Minister, their key demand, and I really didn't think it would happen so soon, but clearly all of you who were in touch with people in Nepal, the writing was on the wall given the extent of the violence and anger that KP Oli Sharma had to go, and that is what's happened now. The question is what happens next. There's no clear leadership really among this among these Gen Z protesters. Right, Ghazali, if you can hear me. Right, Ghazali, just take us through, we're talking to Shiv about these, protests that have taken place, the fact that within 36 hours the Prime Minister has resigned. It's fairly remarkable that the youth of Nepal have led to such a massive change, protests yesterday, anger over the killing of 19 young people, and for a while, as Shiv was telling us, there has been anger in Nepal and dissatisfaction. There were even protests 2 years ago asking for the monarchy to return to Nepal.
Yeah, Gargi, this is not something which happened just in a week or since yesterday, because the Supreme Court of Nepal had given an order last year asking the IT, these social media apps and the companies to get registered with the Ministry of Communication. For the last 1 year, the government was expecting that these companies would register with the government. That didn't happen, but a simmering anger against the corruption, against nepotism, against the poor condition of the economy or the poor health of the economy was a major concern for the youngsters. And they also wanted some representatives, some young representative of them in the parliament to represent them. And they perhaps they felt for the last 1 year, Mr. Oli, who was heading the government, was completely involved, or his government was completely involved in corruption and didn't pay heed to the general sentiment on the street. And that is why what we see today, even yesterday when curfew was imposed, when a cabinet meeting was called by Mr. Oli yesterday evening, late evening, it appeared that he was expecting that this anger will calm down, people will not get back to the streets today, and it was just an outburst by the youngsters. But today, as our colleagues are reporting from the ground, what we are being told is that not just youngsters, but people of different ages have joined the protest. We are seeing violence on the street as well, with government buildings, residences of the ministers being torched. Meanwhile, the External Affairs Ministry of India here has advised Indian citizens who are in large numbers residing in Nepal to have caution there, to keep an eye on the latest developments and also follow the guidelines. But since the Prime Minister himself has resigned, it is also a kind of confusion. The government also doesn't want to be seen anywhere close to the current dispensation, because what we saw last time in Bangladesh, it was perceived as if the Indian government was very close to Sheikh Hasina, and then that entire protest turned into anti-India protest as well in some certain quarters of Bangladesh. This time around, a similar situation has erupted. Youngsters of Nepal have got onto the street. Their entire protest has mobilized people.
Bhadra Sharma, a Nepalese reporter, joining us. Thank you so much. Dramatic developments in your country. The Prime Minister has now resigned. What do you think will happen next?
No, it's hard to predict right now. The Prime Minister has just resigned, and there are the various speculation regarding the way forward. But it seems the new government is likely to be formed in a few days. For this, the president needs to take a call, what kind of the clause he is going to use, whether he wants to form the government from within the parties or he wants to form a political government. It's up to the president. So a new government is likely to be there, but it's hard to say immediately what happens.
Now, the kind of chaotic scenes we're seeing, out there in Kathmandu, the fact that the parliament was set on fire, the prime minister's private residence set on fire. For the moment, the priority will be to, calm sentiments and get some semblance of order on the streets.
Yeah, that's true. The situation in Kathmandu is getting worse and worse. You can see the Singhadarbar, the main government's main administrative building, has been set on fire. The parliament building has been already burned down, and the houses of the leaders, including the prime minister, president, and two former prime minister and former vice presidents, all the buildings, were completely burned, and even the minister's residence was also set on fire. So the situation in Kathmandu is quite chaotic. The police are becoming helpless. Even the protesters are chasing the police. So the situation is so bad here. No one knows what happens here. The Kathmandu is under curfew. Nobody is, basically the protester. No protesters are, respecting the curfew. They've been defying all the time. So, the situation in Kathmandu is, very bad.
All right. Thank you so much there, Bhadra Sharma, for joining us. Now we're also joined by Yashwant Shah, grandson of former Nepal Prime Minister. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Your comments on these the developments and now this breaking news of the Prime Minister resigning. Do you hope that this will soon help bring some sort of calm to the streets of Kathmandu? Yashwant Shah, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. See, I do not think that this is going to calm. Just the resignation of the Prime Minister is not going to calm the sentiments of the people. Who is going to answer for the 20 deaths that have taken place and more than 400 people who are hospitalized? So basically the whole thing is that somebody has to shoulder the responsibility, and the Prime Minister, Mr. KP Sharma Oli, being the head of the government, he has to shoulder the responsibility, take responsibility, and a committee needs to be formed to look into the allegations of fire, the police fire, because in a democracy you cannot be taking headshots on innocent people who are peaceful protesters. Basically this was supposed to be a peaceful protest by Gen Z. And it was against the corruption that has been time and again rocking the Himalayan nation from a very long time. People had become fed up of this, and what I foresee as the best solution to the whole issue is that a caretaker government should be formed immediately, and in that the common corrupt faces should not be taken into the government, and it should have the representation of all the parties and as well as Gen Z and the NGOs, etc. Plus fresh elections should be called next year in 2026. I think so that is the only hope, because the main aim of this whole protest was that the country was looking for a stable government, and they wanted a government to run the country for at least 4 years with the right to recall. So this is what I foresee, and it is very sad that so many people have lost their lives, innocent people. And if you see in the television the footages, there are young students who were hit by the police bullets. Who ordered that police fire has to be investigated, and punishment should be meted out, because in a democracy you cannot be acting in a high-handed manner. This is all I have to say so far.
All right, that's interesting. But Yashwant Shah, immediately what do you think would happen? Will there be a military takeover for now? Because there is a vacuum at the moment.
No, because see, Nepal has never had a military active in politics, because this is not any failed state. So basically the president is there. The president, Mr. Ramchand Paudel, should take the call, and he should immediately call all party meeting to form a consensus government. And that is the only solution right now, which should be implemented without delay. Because delay, had Mr. Oli resigned yesterday, a lot of lives would have been saved, and such a lot of the unrest that people are seeing in the streets, the loss of property, both government and public, police, etc., everybody is suffering. So this suffering has to be put on hold, stopped, and this can only be done by the president taking a call immediately and calling for a consensus government all-party meeting. I think
All
so.
right. Thank you so much, Yashwant Shah, for speaking to us. Yashwant Shah, they're telling us that the president will possibly take control and some sort of interim government come into play. NDTV's Aditya sent us this report from Kathmandu as the parliament is burning there.
This is history being shaped in front of our eyes. Dramatic visuals of the Nepalese parliament being completely gutted and burned right behind me. You can see my video journalist Prem actually showing you visuals of this entire parliament complex burning right behind me. This is the seat of democracy. This is the reality that is shaping the Nepalese politics and Nepalese government right now. The protesters are demanding justice and the resignation of KP Sharma Oli government, and the entire parliament burning has been burnt. This is the building of parliament that has been completely burnt right now. A thick ball of black smoke all across this entire region, and cheer and sloganeering against the Communist Party, against KP Sharma Oli, and for the corruption that the government allegedly has been alleged by the youth of this entire area. But you can see dramatic visuals of shells fired. You can see this black smoke all across this region where protesters are demanding justice and resignation of KP Sharma Oli, and this entire parliament building is burning at this stage. This is not the beginning. This is not the end of the protests against corruption and the KP Sharma Oli government. The big question, will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign here in Kathmandu and surrender before the diktats of these protesters, or will we see an intensification of the protests here in Kathmandu? Reporting from Nepal with video journalist Prem Singh, this is Aditya Rajkol for NDTV.
All right, so Aditya sending us that report earlier, and now, of course, the Prime Minister has stepped down. That is the big breaking news, and this was after the protesters breached Parliament and set the Parliament of Nepal on fire. These are the dramatic developments that NDTV has been bringing you. The developments since yesterday, since the protest by the Gen Z who took to the streets against corruption and the blocking of various social media, over 20 social media sites, and this anger continuing today as well, as 19 people were killed in the clashes yesterday, and we saw that the protesters who speaking to NDTV said they want nothing less than the Prime Minister stepping down, and now the Prime Minister indeed has stepped down. The big question is, will this soon bring calm to the streets of Nepal, and what happens next? The President possibly will take control and some sort of interim government will be in place. Let's take a look at this other ground report from Kathmandu.
Well, these are dramatic visuals on your screens, never seen before in the heart of the Nepalese capital, Kathmandu. Right behind me, the entire Nepal parliament has been gutted and has been set afire by thousands of youth who are protesting against the Nepal government, demanding that KP Sharma Oli should resign. What else will trigger the resignation of KP Sharma Oli, who has failed completely to control the protest, who has failed completely to keep the country united? And you can see these dramatic visuals of the historic parliament building of Nepal being gutted completely. The students and youth have come inside the parliament complex and are demanding the resignation of KP Sharma Oli for the corruption, for not having transparency, and for having a lavish life. Well, this is unprecedented. In your camera screens, you know, the visuals that you saw in Bangladesh, the visuals that you saw in Sri Lanka, now being repeated here with a youth uprising in Nepal, in Kathmandu, in the heart of the capital here in Kathmandu. You can see this black smoke all across the entire parliament building being gutted. Is this the end of democracy, or is this the end of the communist rule? here. The big question really, when exactly will KP Sharma Oli resign? Thousands of youth have taken over the entire parliament complex. They have gutted the entire parliament and are now demanding that there needs to be justice, there needs to be accountability, and there needs to be resignation of the entire parliament. Reporting from the Nepalese parliament here in Kathmandu, in Nepal, with video journalist Prem Singh, this is Aditya Rajkol for NDTV.
Right, so those dramatic scenes of arson at the Nepal Parliament earlier today, and after that, of course, the big breaking news: the Prime Minister of Nepal, KP Sharma Oli, has resigned. That was a demand by the protesters, and it's happened within 36 hours. We're joined by Sarisha Shrestha, former Miss Nepal 2022, and thank you so much for speaking to us. It was just an hour and a half ago that we were speaking to you, and you were talking about the demands of the youth and how you would not accept anything less than the Prime Minister stepping down. And now you've had it. The Prime Minister indeed has stepped down. So congratulations to the youth of Nepal for bringing about this change.
We're also getting to know that he's fleeing away. He's been spotted in another place in Nepal. We want him to be answerable, to be accountable for all the ill doings that he has done so far. So I think just a mere resignation is not enough for all of us. Definitely, there is some amount of success to this event, but we really hope that this becomes fruitful in terms of revolutionizing the politics in our country.
All right, so you want accountability for the deaths that took place yesterday, the fact that 19 young people were killed during the protest when the youth of Nepal took to the streets. What are your concerns now, and also what is the situation now? Because we've seen these visuals, the parliament is burning, the homes of ministers, the Prime Minister are burning. So, there will have to be some sort of calm that has to be brought to Kathmandu, given these incredible dramatic scenes that we're seeing.
I'm in the Malpighar area right now. There are a lot of people coming into the streets, and actually there's some sort of celebration going on right now because the parliament building right there in Baneshwar has already been burned. It's been infiltrated. The Single Darbar area right there, you can still see the fumes coming up. That has already been breached, and now I think people are also heading towards Baluatar, the residency of the ministers. They're also going out there. But there's a lot of victory that's happening right now. All the youths are coming down into the streets to celebrate this. But this shouldn't just end up in celebration again as well. This should actually be a step towards a proper political liberation.
Right, Sarisha, also the challenge, and I asked you this earlier, there is no clear leadership among the youth, among the Gen Z. What are your demands going forward? Do you want to be a part of this coalition government or some sort of interim government? So there's no clarity on all that. Do you think now there will be some sort of discussions among you to arrive at some sort of decision on that?
I am really hopeful that this will not be the case, because that could be one way we could be heading towards. But because this revolution was something that came out of years of frustration, I hope everybody will be compliant and everybody will be well informed in making this choice of now having a directly elected PM and an interim government that would actually be supporting the betterment of the country. And I think, as I mentioned before, there are a lot of youth leaders and youth activists that a lot of people are looking up for. And I think even this revolution has given birth to many youth leaders right now, the local level leaders, and I hope that youths can now take up the space in the country, because for the longest period of time, it has just been the same old corrupted politicians.
Right, and all of you have been communicating on social media. Is there any message now after the Prime Minister has stepped down of trying to bring calm, asking for the people to perhaps go home, or at least be, no more violence on the streets?
Yes, I hope that there will be no more violence in the street, because I think people are just returning back from all the infiltrations that are happening. I'm not very sure about the Baluatar area right now, because I'm here in the Malpighar area. So I think once this is done, I really hope that everybody will return back and there's no riots and violence to any sort of public property, because that I absolutely condemn violence and I do not support that. And moving forward, I'm not sure if there have been any other circulations in the social media so far, because I've not been actively using it as well. Right now, we're just here in the protest area. But I'm pretty sure that there are certain coordinations going on among the youth groups, and there will be a proper way out. I'm pretty sure there's something going on right now.
All right, thank you so much, Sarisha Shrestha, for speaking here to NDTV. Well, let's take a look at this report sent to us by Aditya.
Even as the Nepali youth have taken over the parliament and the entire parliament is gutted and burning, historic visuals, very unfortunate visuals really coming in, but there are still attempts at clashes. There is a group of policemen who have been cornered here by the group of violent protesters. You can see they've been cornered completely. They are trying to save their lives here, but they have been stone pelting is happening. The sticks are put on them and they are almost being lynched out here. You can see a group of policemen completely encircled by hundreds of security forces here, even though just meters away there are army personnel who are set up here. So that tells you the kind of chaos that is here outside the Nepal parliament, even as the parliament building itself is completely gutted. A group of policemen are being attacked because of the high-handedness they did yesterday, where 90 innocent, were died. And of course, more than 500 innocent youth were injured as well. You can see these dramatic visuals of police being cornered out here, right outside the Nepal parliament, and clashes erupting. Tempers really high, even as the clashes between protesters and police continue inside and outside the Nepal parliament. Reporting from Kathmandu with video journalist Prem Singh, this is Aditya Raj Call for NDTV.
All right, so the dramatic scenes and very concerning scenes there being brought to us of policemen cornered in Kathmandu by the angry protesters, stone pelting also taking place. Take a look at that visual of the parliament of Nepal with smoke just billowing from it, black smoke emanating from the parliament that's set on fire. The Prime Minister has resigned. That was a key demand of the protesters. KP Sharma Oli has resigned, and this comes within 36 hours of the protest that we've seen gripping Nepal, gripping Kathmandu. Yesterday was a massive march to parliament that resulted in violence and clashes with 19 people killed. Today there were various restrictions and curfew in place. Even then, the youth took to the streets. Not just the youth, many other people also came out. There has been this long pent-up anger over corruption in Nepal, over corruption in their government, corruption in the bureaucracy, corruption in the administration, and that really is the outpouring that we've seen in these last 2 days, with now leading to this development of the Prime Minister stepping down, Prime Minister KP Oli resigning from his post. What happens next? Will it be the president's rule and then some sort of interim government with a call for elections? That really remains to be seen. Immediately the priority needs to be, bringing some sort of normalcy, some sort of calm to this situation. We heard one of the protesters, one of the youth there saying that they fear that KP Oli might flee the country, and that's not what they want. They say someone needs to answer for the deaths of the 19 people that took place yesterday, that why were the protesting youth shot at, claims that headshots were taken. Remember the Prime Minister earlier, the ex-Prime Minister now rather, KP Sharma Oli claimed that there were vested interests that were also playing a role. There you can see KP Oli is leaving Kathmandu in a chopper. These are the breaking visuals that we're now bringing to you. Even as these developments are taking place in Nepal, you've had since the morning these dramatic scenes of the Prime Minister's private residence set on fire, the parliament set on fire, several leaders' houses set on fire. KP Oli has submitted his resignation and he is now, it seems, leaving Kathmandu in a helicopter. So that is the big breaking news we're now bringing you, as there's a lot of uncertainty that still remains, even though the big demand of the Gen Z protesters has taken place with the resignation of the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. And now what happens next is the big question, and how soon can some sort of normalcy be brought to the streets of Kathmandu, to Nepal, that is seeing these scenes of violence, arson, stone pelting as well. The protesters, they're very concerned about KP Sharma Oli actually fleeing the country, and they want him to stand and face justice after 19 people were killed during the protest yesterday. The big breaking news that we're bringing you, KP Sharma Oli, they're leaving in a chopper from Kathmandu, something that the youth do not want. We heard some of the protesters there saying that they do not want that Oli should be able to flee. Well, we'll slip into a short break. A lot of dramatic developments there in Nepal. We'll continue to bring you all the very latest. Do stay with us.
Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time.
Prime Minister of Nepal steps down, saying that he's resigning as the Prime Minister so that he can take further steps towards a political solution and resolution of the problems. It is victory as far as Gen Z is concerned that had raged that war taking to the streets over the last 36 hours. We'll get you all the details. First, the headlines. It's victory for Nepal's Gen Z war protesters forcing the Nepal's Prime Minister to resign, and it is the Nepal army that is set to take over. Only they're saying that he's resigning so that steps can be taken towards a political solution. An arson at Nepal's highest seat of power, the Parliament building set on fire in Nepal, as well as residences and offices of the ministers, including the Prime Minister and the President of Nepal. And it's Prime Minister Modi who is in Kangra in order to review the flood-hit areas, in order to assess the situation on the ground. He'll also be heading to Gurdaspur in Punjab, and that's where he's expected in an hour's time from now at 4 p.m. And the high-stake battle is on. Will it be the NDA pick or the India opposition pick when it comes to the Vice President? We will have a new Vice President later tonight, the 15th Vice President of India. Will it be
Radhakrishnan, or will it be Sudarshan Reddy is the big question. So, well, voting will start at 6 p.m. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. Let's get you news coming in from Nepal of Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who has resigned after 36 hours of violent anti-corruption agitation that led by the Gen Z protesters that resulted in the death of over 20 people and injured more than 200 people. In a letter to the president, it's Oli saying that he's resigning as the Prime Minister with effect from today. He's saying that he's stepping aside so that Nepal can take further steps towards a political solution and a resolution of the problems. And, let's just play out visuals of Oli, the Prime Minister of Nepal there, leaving. In fact, here we have, of course, a disruption that, has been played out over the entire morning and this entire afternoon of protesters there, vandalizing properties of the ministers. In fact, it's also the Parliament building that has been set on fire. So it is, of course, the Prime Minister standing down. However, that does not mean automatically that the government has fallen. The army chief reportedly has advised Oli to step down, stating that the military can only stabilize the situation if he was to give up his powers, and that is now the decision that has been taken by the Prime Minister. I guess there was nothing left for, but he was, of course, pushed to that corner as protesters vandalized and set ablaze homes of several ministers, including the Prime Minister and the President. Protesters vandalized the Supreme Court and the Attorney General's office as well. Tens of thousands of young Nepalis that poured onto the streets in what is being seen as a revolution of the Gen Z over the social media ban. That's how it all started, with that social media ban that was imposed by the government last week. The country on Thursday banned major social media platforms including Facebook, Instagram and YouTube, alleging that they failed to register with the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. And after setting government buildings and residences on fire, the protesters vandalized and set even the hotel there, the Hilton Hotel, on fire, which is owned by one of the ruling party leaders. And what began as anger over blocked apps has snowballed into Nepal's largest youth-led protest in years, with demonstrators storming towards, we could see visuals playing out of the vandalism that continues. And we have Ghazali joining us. Ghazali, even though the Prime Minister has stepped down, what is the demand that's continuing as far as the people of Nepal is concerned? And we're talking about the youth of Nepal. This is basically the young, the Gen Z that has taken to the streets and, demanding, it might have started off as that ban as far as social media sites are concerned, which started their protests. But of course, the demand was much bigger. That was anti-corruption and a demand for the Prime Minister to step down. But now that he has stepped down, what are the demands that are continuing?
See, the situation right now is of utter chaos. The demands certainly included that this government should work on eradicating corruption, improving the health of economy, should not practice favoritism. Favoritism in the sense that all the social media handles which the Nepal's youngsters could access, Nepo kids and relatives or the sons of those ministers and those in power, was trending on social media to show or to indicate that how Nepal's ministers or people in the government offices have been...
Ghazali, hold that thought. Let's just go across to Sikta, our colleague, joining us from Kathmandu.
To freedom to express. The government wants to suppress our voice, but we do not let it...
इस तरह से ये जो आग की घटना है, इस तरह से करने से क्या होगा? इस तरह से तो और असुरक्षा होगी ना.
Yesterday our protest was quite peacefully, but government wanted to just kill us, and we know that 19 students have been mainly students.
इससे आप क्या प्रूव करना चाहते हैं? अगर आप टायर जला रहे हैं, सरकारी इस तरह के ऑफिसेस को आप टारगेट कर रहे हैं, ईंट पत्थर मार रहे हैं.
देखिए, this is our furiousness because we have lost 19 young people, 19 Gen Z, and for that we have quite angriness, and we cannot tolerate it anymore. We want to this country free of corruption.
तो कौन नेता, अगर प्रधानमंत्री इस्तीफा देते हैं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर इस्तीफा देते हैं, सरकार इस्तीफा देती है, तो कौन लीड करेगा इस देश को? आपका नेता कौन है?
Right now there is emerging party, name is Rashtriya Swasandra Party. this party has been emerged, and we believe that this party is going to do something better. But we haven't decided. When this government falls down, then we are going to decide what we have to do.
तो पहला मकसद ताबिश आपने सुना, प्रदर्शनकारियों का पहला मकसद है कि सरकार को हटाया जाए, इस प्रधानमंत्री को हटाया जाए, फिर आगे की सोचा जाए। तो फिलहाल लगता है कि नेतृत्व इन प्रदर्शनकारियों का किसके हाथ में, इस पर लेकर कोई साफ गोई से जवाब नहीं दे रहा है। लेकिन इतना ज़रूर है कि वो जो मौजूदा सरकार है, मौजूदा प्रधानमंत्री हैं, उसका इस्तीफा ये लोग मान रहे हैं।
And then let's just play out visual. Sikta joining us from Nepal. Sikta, we will be with you shortly, but that's the helicopter that's carrying Oli, the Prime Minister, after he has stepped down. Do remember that he has plans in place to leave for Dubai in order to get away from Nepal. This is after the youth that has, demanded that resignation. He has tendered that resignation. He has written a letter to the president. And now, of course, what is really being urged by the youth, by the, as far as the protesters are concerned, that this has really, resulted in a huge loss of life as well as property. Of course, the protest that started yesterday resulted in the death of 19 of the ones who were protesting, and also left many of the policemen injured. We're talking about over 250 people who were injured, including 100 policemen. But now what is really coming about is, what is really being asked is that, the appeal is to exercise restraint so that further loss of life and property does not occur, is the demand that is really being made. And that is what the army is actually asking for. The army there asking for the people to, not to let more loss of property and life happen in in the country. And that is the demand that is and that is what is being urged of the protesters. Vishal, my colleague, joining us in order to get us the latest on this. Vishal, their demands have been met. The government, we've seen from the Parliament building as well as to the Prime Minister's residence, his private residence at that, and of course the President, and also, the office of the Prime Minister, amongst all the residences and offices of ministers that came under attack, that were attacked by the protesters. Now, of course, visuals playing out on our screen of the helicopter, the chopper that's taking Oli, the Prime Minister, also, he is leaving from Kathmandu. Take us through, what is it? Why is it that this protest is still continuing? What do they wish to achieve?
So, now that the major demands of the protesters have been met, the question is how long this will go on, because we've been reporting that there's no big talking heads as far as these protests are concerned, because these were scattered, these were organized in a very haphazard manner. Even though there was some rallying on social media that spilled over into the real world, but as far as rallying the people, the thousands of lakhs of people who you've congregated across Nepal for these protests, they were done mostly in a haphazard manner, because there are no 2 or 3 big people who would have organized these protests. We've been reporting throughout that people had been very reactive in these protests, because we've seen similar protests happening across in the other country of Bangladesh, but that was more organized, because we had student leaders from across Bangladesh talking about the various issues in Bangladesh. But here it's more of a day-to-day basis. People are reacting, and they are reacting to many online trends such as Nepo Kids, such as hashtag people of Nepo Kids, such things like that have been spread across social media, and that have translated into real world protests. So it will have to be seen how the Nepalese government, which seems to be in tatters at the moment, it seems to have collapsed, to be precise. So
we're seeing utter chaos playing out on the streets, and this is a move, of course, of the Prime Minister stepping down after 36 hours of protests and sloganeering such as KP Chor, Desh Chor, asking KP to leave the country, and that is really the demand, and take action against corrupt leaders. This is after reports, of course, of the Prime Minister there is said to be leaving for Dubai. Visuals playing out of that chopper taking KP Sharma Oli. We have with us Akhilesh Upadhyay, senior journalist, joining us from Kathmandu. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking with us here on NDTV. If you could just, tell us, because we do know that the airport's been shut down, all flights have reportedly been cancelled. We are seeing the chopper on standby in order to take Prime Minister Oli. What are his plans?
I don't know his plans, honestly. I am not his advisor. But I can tell you more the story on the ground as it unfolded last 2 days, you know.
Right, please go ahead.
So here is what happened last 2 days. Let me back up and give you a context of how the events have unfolded last few weeks. There was first a clampdown on social media site across the board, except a few. And social media sites, now social media platforms have been so central to Nepali imagination last few years, increasingly so, where the youngsters go all the time and vent. And I come from this space where I treat the young people a lot more intelligent, with better worldviews than our sclerotic political class, you know, which is like been there, we've seen them again and again come to office. And you have to understand that the credibility was not lost overnight, as oftentimes the popular media likes to project it, you know. And yesterday was more a manifestation of the brewing discontent that was long simmering on the ground, you know. It was not just an upsurge one fine day when Nepal went berserk. No, definitely not.
Right, sir, there have been a lot of allegations of nepotism. If you could, elaborate on that.
I would say, like, yes, nepotism, corruption, but I would say that it's a thing like this, you know, if you don't like someone, or if you think someone's incompetent, let's say, forget like, then you begin to see a lot of things that make you dislike or disrespect them in the first place. So what happened is the confluence of so many groups, and hence I see such great spontaneity in this, rather than taking a dim view of it. Yeah, as you said, there is Nepo kids, there are like tons of others, you know, and it's a very spontaneous, youthful movement. Having watched two major movements of Nepal, and third one from the ground, not from the desktop. In 1990, it was party led by parties. In 2006, again led by parties. One of them had just come above ground, the Maoist. But this one is so, spontaneous, and there is no leader to it. And it happens with oftentimes in zeitgeist movement, you know, when the country...
Right, sir, we are playing out visuals of, Nepal literally on fire, literally burning down. We, know that the parliament building was attacked. The house of the prime minister, the president, other ministers also have been attacked. Take us through, this attack and this protest that continues on the streets, even though their demand was for the prime minister to step down. That is what they have got. Why are they continuing with their protests?
Okay, as I said, because the protest is not one single party driven or leader driven, there is no poster boy to this movement who will come out and say, okay, keep quiet. It will take time to quiet down. It will take time to kind of like settle in and soak in, because it's so youthful, I would say the interest.
It's the youth. It's a Gen Z, it's a Gen Z protest that we can see play out on the streets. So, if you could also, tell us if it's the army that's now taken over.
Oh, it's not army taken over in the Pakistan sense. Let's keep in mind, Nepal's army has always been within barracks. By the way, there's no history of army adventurism in Nepal. Okay. And now, because the political class, especially the government, is in such, not just political crisis, confidence crisis with the people, So an institution that is relatively seen as, credible has to step in. And I would not like to read beyond that. I would think that the army will stick to holding elections and also getting, keeping the house in order, which is very, very important in these volatile times.
Right, we've touched upon, the issues on the ground. Take us through, you have been talking about the background, that this is not a knee-jerk reaction. This wasn't something that just started yesterday because of the ban that started out on Thursday last week, in regard to these social media sites. That just happened to, add to the problems, and that is the, it has been the fuel to the fire.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm on, for example, Twitter, right? I have something like, I don't know, 80,000+ followers. And one way to vent in a democratic space is to tell what you have in mind, right? In the marketplace of ideas. And the young people have been doing that and doing that very well, rather than these old, how would I say?
Thank you so much, sir. Let's just first get a sense of what's happening on the ground with my colleague Sikta. Sikta, over to you.
चपेट में ना आ जाए, लेकिन जो इस वक्त दिखाई दे रहा है, आंदोलनकारी संसद परिसर के अंदर पहुंच चुके हैं। इस बिल्डिंग को इन्होंने जला दिया है, आग के हवाले कर दिया है और काठमांडू की जो स्काईलाइन है वो पूरी काले धुएं से भर गई है और अपने आप को ये बड़ी कामयाबी प्रदर्शनकारी मान रहे हैं। अब देखना होगा कि सरकार का इस पर क्या रुख होता है। प्रधानमंत्री इस वक्त कहाँ है, ये बड़ा सवाल बना हुआ है। कई मंत्रियों ने इस्तीफा भी दे दिया है और दबाव में है सरकार। इस वक्त आंदोलनकारी जो प्रदर्शनकारी हैं इस वक्त अपनी मांगें मनवाना चाहते हैं और जिस तरह से इस्तीफों की झड़ी लग रही है, लग रहा है कि ज़्यादा दिन या फिर ज़्यादा वक्त इस मौजूदा सरकार के पास नहीं है। तो हम छोड़ जाते हैं इन तस्वीरों के साथ आपके लिए। संसद भवन के परिसर से काले धुएं का यह गुबार निकल रहा है और संसद भवन ही नहीं, तमाम सरकारी जो बिल्डिंग है उसको आग के हवाले करने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। काठमांडू से कैमरा पर्सन पूजा आर्या के साथ सिकता देव, NDTV इंडिया।
Right, well, of course, Sikta reporting from Kathmandu, talking about the situation on the ground. And of course, this is going to result in a loss of, a lot of money. And of course, a lot of money will be required to rebuild all that is being destroyed by the youth. This is the Gen Z that continue their protests. Do remember that they are continuing with the protests because they are saying that there were 20 lives that were lost in the protests that took place yesterday. They were having a peaceful march, a peaceful protest against the ban of social media sites, 26 in all, including YouTube, Instagram and Facebook. But that is something that didn't continue. And that is because of the action that was being taken. In the end, it was 20 of their own that, lost their lives, and 250 people in all who were injured, including 100 of the police force. So this is something that began as an anger over the blocked apps that snowballed into Nepal's largest youth-led protest in years, with demonstrators storming, inside the parliament, setting it on fire. We're seeing, visuals playing out of literally Nepal up in smoke. Well, my colleague Aditya Raj Kaul is there in Kathmandu as well, and he is getting us a sense of how bad the situation on the ground really is.
This is history being shaped in front of our eyes. Dramatic visuals of the Nepalese parliament being completely gutted and burned right behind me. You can see my video journalist actually showing you visuals of this entire parliament complex burning right behind me. This is the seat of democracy. This is the reality that is shaping the Nepalese politics and Nepalese government right now. And the entire parliament burning has been burnt. This is the building of parliament that has been completely burnt right now. A thick ball of black smoke all across this entire region, and cheer and sloganeering against the Communist Party, against KP Sharma Oli, and for the corruption that the government allegedly has been alleged by the youth. Well, these are dramatic visuals on your screens, never seen before in the heart of the Nepalese capital, Kathmandu. Right behind me, the entire Nepal parliament has been gutted and has been set afire by thousands of youth who are protesting against the Nepal government, controlled the protest, who has failed completely to keep the country united. And you can see these dramatic visuals of the historic parliament building of Nepal being gutted completely. The students and youth have come inside the parliament complex. Well, this is unprecedented. In your camera screens, the visuals that you saw in Bangladesh, the visuals that you saw in Sri Lanka, now being repeated here with a youth uprising in Nepal, in Kathmandu, in the heart of the capital here in Kathmandu. You can see this black smoke all across the entire parliament building being gutted. Is this the end of democracy, or is this the end of the communist rule? From the Nepalese parliament here in Kathmandu, in Nepal, with video journalist Prem Singh, this is Aditya Raj Kaul for NDTV. Even as the Nepali youth have taken over the parliament and the entire parliament is gutted and burning, historic visuals, very unfortunate visuals really coming in, but there are still attempts at clashes. There is a group of policemen who have been cornered here by the group of violent protesters. You can see they've been cornered completely. They are trying to save their lives here, but they have been stone pelting is happening. The sticks are put on them, and they are almost being lynched out here. You can see a group of policemen completely encircled by hundreds of security forces here, even though just meters away there are army personnel who are set up here. So that tells you the kind of chaos that is here outside the Nepal parliament, even as the parliament building itself is completely gutted. A group of policemen are being attacked because of the high-handedness they did yesterday, where 90s innocent, were died. And of course, more than 500 innocent youth were injured as well. You can see these dramatic visuals of police being cornered out here, right outside the Nepal parliament, and clashes erupting. Tempers really high, even as the clashes between protesters and police continue inside and outside the Nepal parliament.
Thank you so much, Aditya, for getting us a sense of how bad it is. Here, visuals playing out of protesters pelting stones at forces. This is, the private residence of Nepal's Prime Minister, who's just stepped down. He was also, this is his private residence that was vandalized in Bhaktapur as the nation witnesses its biggest uprising in recent times, and protests in Nepal took that violent turn today as demonstrators pelted stones at security forces in Nepal's Bhaktapur. Now, let's just also get you a sense of Nepal's parliament building that was also torched. This is a massive security breach at the parliament complex, with protesters setting the building on fire. Protesters scaled the walls and pushed back barricades that were deployed for security. And this was moments before they stormed the building. Its main gate was set ablaze with plumes of smoke rising over the complex. Also, arson in Nepal's Lalitpur. The flames leapt into the sky in Nepal's Lalitpur district as protesters took to the streets. What began as a student demonstration over unemployment and economic despair has now spiraled into full-blown street rage, with arson, stone pelting and clashes with security forces marking the second day of chaos. The visuals from this particular area of Lalitpur, with charred walls and tear gas clouds, capture a nation on edge and a generation demanding answers. And in lieu of this, of course, it was the police, retorting to fire, also using tear gas at the protesters. Hundreds of youths clashed with the police personnel. Do remember, 100 were injured yesterday during the clashes. Now, these police personnel who were guarding the provincial, the assembly secretariat, protesters that tried to break through the barricades. The police, used tear gas shells in order to control the situation, and in some areas carried out also, they tried to charge at the protesters as well. Those are visuals playing out on your screen. And also, it is the president's private home that was vandalized, with protesters vandalizing Ramchandra's private residence and set it on fire. A total of 21 MPs from the RSP have decided to resign. So that was a mass resignation that took place before the Prime Minister stepped down. And after setting the government buildings and residences on fire, protesters have also vandalized and set the Hilton Hotel in Kathmandu on fire, which is owned by one of the ruling party leaders. And what you see now is Nepal's finance minister being beaten up by the crowd. This is the youth in Nepal taking action against the government, and here attacking the finance minister who's being beaten up. Do remember that he is running for his life, trying to take cover, running on the streets of Nepal in order to get away from the protesters who are beating him up literally on the streets. This is after so many of the ministers. Do remember that the cabinet had about 25 ministers, including the Prime Minister, and there one of the ministers being attacked by the demonstrators. And my colleague Aditya Rajkal on the ground from Kathmandu joining us in order to get us the situation on the ground. Aditya, the Prime Minister has resigned. Take us through how bad is the situation at the moment?
in Kathmandu. Very dramatic visuals on your screens of how the security forces have had to retreat. The wall of this parliament area. It's likely that there could be clashes once again. It's likely that tear gases could be fired by the security forces towards the people, but the people are not relenting. They are demanding that justice is the only action that they want, and the justice can only happen when KP Sharma Oli, the Prime Minister of Nepal, resigns at this stage. Very dramatic visuals here of the protests that are happening. You can see right behind me the protesters demanding resignation of KP Sharma Oli, trying to actually raise slogans against KP Sharma Oli.
Corrupted! He is corrupt politician. KP Oli is a corrupt politician.
आपको क्या लगता है उनको रिजाइन करना चाहिए?
नहीं, उसको मरना चाहिए, उसको मारना चाहिए, रिजाइन नहीं चाहिए, उसका सिस्टम है ना, उसका सिस्टम पूरा खारिज होना चाहिए, उसका रिजाइन नहीं चाहिए हमको।
मैनिपुलेट कर रहे हो, नहीं कर रहे हैं, गलत कर रहे हो। Well, this is the reality that's coming in. This is the reality of the protesters who are saying that KP Sharma Oli needs to resign, and they are saying that the international media is trying to portray that this is a social media issue. It's not. The reality is that they are trying to raise their slogans against KP Sharma Oli for corruption, and they want KP Sharma Oli to leave Nepal as soon as possible after resigning. So will that happen is not clear. I did see some military and civilian helicopters doing rounds a few minutes ago. We do not know what is expected really, but tear gas shells continuously being fired at the protesters, even as they are demanding action by the government. But very, very chaotic scenes right outside the Nepal parliament out here. Thousands of people who have converged for the second straight day and are clashing with the...
Right. Thank you so much for getting us a sense of what the people on the streets are really saying. And of course, you mentioned that there have been sloganeering that's being continued. There are loud chants that are being echoed through the streets of Kathmandu as hundreds of protesters marched with placards in their hands. They shouted slogans demanding the ouster of Prime Minister Oli and an end to that corrupt regime. Now, do now know that Prime Minister has resigned, but that sloganeering, of him being a chore, that Oli is a thief and that he needs to leave the country, that is what is continuing to echo onto the streets of Nepal. So from the streets of Nepal, they're demanding that the Prime Minister leave the country. And here visuals playing out of this is the residence of the Prime Minister that was in fact set on fire by the protesters. So those are visuals playing out of the fire that is billowing from the residence of Prime Minister Oli. Let's just get you visuals from the streets of Kathmandu showing the ground reality of thousands of protesters storming, breaking barricades and clashing with the army. So those clashes that are continuing, do see that tsunami of people in fact taking to the streets. And do remember that this is under 30. This is the age group there that is participating in the protest. These are dramatic visuals from Kathmandu as protesters breach security, storming into the residence of the former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. We can see the house being vandalized by the protesters, and also furious protesters from the Communist Party headquarters tearing down, party flags in a bold show of dissent. So those are visuals of, the protest that continues with people still there on the streets, taking matters into their own hands. That is the residence of the Prime Minister that has been vandalized. There you can see. And, literally the youth there up in arms with the situation as far as the government is concerned. Unemployment was a huge issue with the youth. And of course, it was that media ban as far as social media sites are concerned. 26 sites, including Facebook as well as YouTube, that were banned by the government on Thursday. That is the reason why the protest that started yesterday has snowballed into the ouster, literally, of the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister, from what we're hearing, has plans to move to Dubai. We had visuals of him, using that chopper, the helicopter there. And this is the situation as far as the situation on the ground is concerned, with the demonstrators there not just wanting the Prime Minister to step down, which he finally has, but also to leave the country. So the army, of course, has been there on the ground trying to help those who have the local people, particularly the ministers who are being targeted by the youth. So this is, of course, from what we know, is the protesters that stormed into the offices of the country's largest party, the Nepali Congress, the residence of several prominent politicians, and this comes in a day after 19 people were killed by security forces. So their demands continue. They want accountability for the 19 of their own that have lost their lives because of the protests, a protest that was meant to be peaceful. We have Pitambar Bhandari, a political analyst, joining us as well. Thank you so much for speaking with us here on NDTV. So we're seeing visuals on our screen of the kind of protest that is continuing. Their demand is that Oli step down, that Oli leave the country, and Oli has stepped down, and from what we know is that he is leaving the country as well. So why are these protests continuing?
So it has already not been still confirmed that where the Prime Minister is now. There are some of the rumors where he is now, but we can see the protest ongoing. Because now the agenda of the movement that were set earlier by the youths is concern of Gen Z. Now it is not only the concern of Gen Z, and now almost all the people in Kathmandu Valley and from outside the Kathmandu Valley also, there are slogans chanting in the streets against the grand issue and the subjective experience or the subjective agenda that has been set and created by various political parties, civil society members, and then the other youth activists and the influential groups in social media since few years back itself. And I think yesterday's incident where the 19, especially the protesters, were killed. So based on that, the grievance is still persist. And also, there is no any proper channel of communication established, that political channel of communication among the protesters and then the government agencies, because most of the government wings now, they are defunct, functionless, we see. And then the physical infrastructures, the buildings, public as well as both private, have been destroyed. You can observe it clearly. So that's why the major reason that a form of chaos is still persisting is that we don't have the proper channel of communication. And then the mainstream media and the social media, there is a huge havoc. We have observed that some of the mainstream media are also dependent on disseminating the news based on the personal posts shared by the protesters or sometimes the political party leaders. So that is the reason behind it.
Right, of course, the issues include unemployment being one of them. Take us through the issues that the youth particularly had with, the former Prime Minister Oli, and of course, that they took matters into their own hands. Do you feel if there was no ban on social media sites that it wouldn't have come to this?
Ultimately, there were some of the structured problems, and that structured problems or the grievances felt that the people that ban on social media, some of the platforms of social media again. So this is the major.
Right.
Triggering factor for this particular. We can clearly Nepal is just heading towards some cultural festivals like Dasai, everything, and this is the time where the people would gather for more over their rituals and the cultural setups. And I don't think we're for all these incidents observing since the last 24 hours. So that's why this is the major triggering factor.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us and for getting us a sense of the situation on the ground. And let's just listen into some of the reactions coming in.
It was being said by the international media that it's about social media. But the reality of the matter is that the protesters are demanding action against corruption of the government. So what are your main demands? Who are the leaders of this protest really?
Can I speak in Hindi?
आप हिंदी में बोलिए बिल्कुल.
हम हिंदी थोड़ा आता है
जी.
कल हिंदी में गलत समाचार सुन रहा है
जी.
ये आंदोलन सोशल मीडिया के बंद के बाद नहीं है, ये तो करप्शन के लिए है. ऑल हिंदी मीडिया
उसके विरुद्ध में बोलने के लिए जो जेनजी युवा है ना, नेपाल के जो जेनजी युवा ने से यो इस देश के लिए, ये देश बचाने के लिए अब हम नहीं करते तो अब इस जन्म में अब कौन करेगा, ये समझ के आंदोलन किया है.
अभी मैंने जो इंफॉर्मेशन मिनिस्टर है आपके गुरुंग, उनसे बात की. वो कह रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री केपी शर्मा ओली इस्तीफा नहीं देंगे। आप उस पर क्या रिएक्ट करेंगे, आप उनको क्या बोलेंगे?
केपी ओलीको त म यसलाई नेपालीमा भन्छु, केपी ओलीलाई त यहाँ लिएर आएर मासु निकालेर त्यसको रगत पिएर खान मन सक्यो। त्यस्तो देशद्रोही एउटा जनतालाई मारेर चाहिँ उनीहरू सत्तामा बसेर राज गर्दै जनताको तपाईको कर असुलेर उनीहरूले त्यसरी गर्न मिल्छ?
Well, clearly there is a strong sentiment against KP Sharma Oli. They are saying that KP Sharma Oli will have to resign, but the entire parliament will have to resign also because of the corruption, because of basic necessities not being given to the youth. And the youth is tired of the false promises that are being done by the KP Sharma Oli communist government here in Nepal. And now is the time that the youth are rising. They are demanding action and they are rising for their own rights. They are saying that this is a part of the democracy. They have a right of expression. They have a right of speaking up against those in power. And that's what they are trying to express. Even though there's violence, even though 19 innocent lives have been lost, many dozens and dozens of others have been injured, some of them in critical condition in hospital. But the youth uprising here in Nepal only going further. Doesn't seem like there's an end to it anytime soon.
This government has failed. Please people, everyone should know this. म यहाँ डाक्टर भएर उपचार गर्न आएको थिएँ हैन। उपचार गर्दा गर्दै हामीले केही बिरामीहरुलाई ट्रान्सफर गर्यौं, तर गोली हानेको चाहिँ यिनीहरुले आएर इमर्जेन्सीको ढोकामा गाली हानेछ। दिस इज टु मच। अस्पताल भनेको शान्ति क्षेत्र हुनुपर्ने हैन। यहाँ जेनजी जेनेरेसनहरु अलिकति सुरक्षित हुन्छन् कि भनेर यहाँ आएर बसिराख्नु भएको छ। यिनीहरुले आएर म जाँदै छु, यिनीहरुले गोली ठोके मलाई ठोक भनेर। Take this. No, people should know this. Hospital भित्र गोली चलाउने हो यिनीहरुले। तपाईहरु यसमा भन्नु हैन। And मैले एकदमै संयम भएर अहिले भन्दै छु। म एकदमै संयम भएर भन्दै छु। This is not only the movement of Gen Z. Now this is movement of every responsible Nepali citizen. हेर्नुस् यहाँ ढोका अहिले मैले हामीले खेला भनेपछि उनीहरु यसरी पर गएको छ हैन।
Right now I'm standing right in front of the protest that is happening in the capital of Nepal, in Kathmandu. Hundreds of Gen Zs have flooded the streets demanding an anti-corrupt government here in Nepal. They're following the footsteps of the countries Philippines, Indonesia that have done these movements. Social media was flooded by crazy protest, anti-corruption stands, and right now there are hundreds of Nepali people. There's ambulances, there's police cars, and I am so proud to see people getting out on the streets and standing up for what they believe in.
What's happening in Nepal is a tragedy that the world cannot ignore. Peaceful protesters, let me mention that again, peaceful protesters, which most of them were school students wearing uniform, okay, who were wearing school uniform, were killed. Women and girls are facing horrific abuse from government. They are being raped in their own houses because they spoke against corruption. Instead of protection, the people are met with violence who were supposed to safeguard them. More than 30 people were killed and 150 plus were injured, in which most of them were students wearing school uniform. This is not defense, it is...
Break news coming in, and this is in regard to the ex-Prime Minister of Nepal, Sher Bahadur, who has been attacked in Nepal. Mob has attacked the ex-Prime Minister as well. This is after the current Prime Minister has resigned. Violent attacks on top Nepal leaders. It is the Finance Minister also who was attacked literally on the streets, and that is when the Finance Minister was trying to get away from the protesting crowd running on the streets of Nepal. Here we have now the ex-Prime Minister of Nepal, this is Sher Bahadur, who has been attacked in Nepal, the mob attacking the ex-Prime Minister as well. So it is, of course, the move that has been made after 36 hours. Present Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has stepped down. He had little choice but then to step down. He took over, do remember, in July of 2024, his fourth time in office, with the backing of the Nepali Congress Party. And the headquarters of the Nepali Congress and the houses of its leaders have been vandalized as protesters have literally defied that indefinite curfew in Kathmandu. Many Nepalese, they're taking to the streets and, literally attacking the political clout in Nepal. And there, of course, they have a problem, particularly with Nepo kids, saying that the kind of privileges that they enjoy because of the political backing that they have is something that the youth have an issue and a problem with. So though the protests were triggered by that social media ban, there has been widespread frustration with the government over perceived lack of action to tackle corruption, and they're calling for accountability and reforms in the governance of the system as far as the system in Nepal is concerned. So the Prime Minister there has stepped down. He's said to have we believe that he is meant to leave the country. We don't know if he has left the country yet or not, because there's no confirmation on that regard. We did see a chopper that was standing by in order to take him. The plan that we do know is of the current Prime Minister who stepped down. Prime Minister Oli is said to go to Dubai. But here visuals playing out on your screen of the former Prime Minister Sher Bahadur, who has been attacked in Nepal. So this is the kind of action that the youth are taking, and of course many countries coming out and saying that they are urging for constraint, whether it's the United States or the United Kingdom. All these countries, and France and Australia, in a joint statement asking for constraint to now be observed. And of course a lot of people expressing their shock and urging for prompt and transparent probe into the matter, and that is the United Nations. And India, the government here also saying that they're closely monitoring the situation and deeply saddened by the loss of the young lives. Do remember that almost 20 young people of Nepal have died in the protests that took place yesterday, and the kind of action that we've seen play out, even though they had revoked that ban on social media sites, 26 social media sites, that ban that was revoked last night has it still did not settle things down. In fact, it snowballed into this situation, and their visuals playing out of the former Prime Minister Sher Bahadur, who has now been attacked in Nepal. Do remember there were visuals earlier playing out of the finance minister running literally on the streets of Nepal, trying to get away from the protesters, in order to save his skin, save his life. And this is the demand that is being made. The demand is transparency, and the demand is accountability when it comes to the ones who are leading the government, who are ruling the government, and that is what the youth they have multiple issues, and the issues that they are facing includes unemployment, which is at an all-time high. That is the problem that there's deep-rooted corruption. That is something that the government hasn't been able to handle. This is also we do know that it all started with that ban that the government imposed on social media sites, but it is the embezzlement of public funds, nepotism, elite privilege. As far as the crackdown on free speech is concerned, that is the biggest issue as far as the youth is concerned. Attempts to basically silence the Gen X, and that is something that the Gen X will not tolerate, and that is what is playing out on the streets and continues to play out on the streets. And this has been inspired by Bangladesh and Indonesia, and a very heavy-handed police response that they saw yesterday when all they wanted to do was carry out a peaceful march, but it didn't go down too well, and that is what ultimately ended up in clashes in which 19 young people of Nepal died in those clashes. 250 people were injured, including 100 police personnel as well. And that is what the generational demand is. The demand is for change. That is what the youth is asking and taking matters into their own hands. But there you can see, the former Prime Minister, an old man there, being attacked by the youth. And of course, this, multiple, the kind of the situation on the ground is tense, and it continues to remain tense, as we can see from the ex-Prime Minister's house set on fire, to the President's house set on fire, to the Parliament building set on fire. We're talking about action being taken, cars are being burnt in the streets. We're talking about the office of the Prime Minister, the office of the President also burned down. And, this is the thrashing that we are seeing of the Finance Minister on the streets. And of course, also what's very disturbing is the former Prime Minister, who had little to do with the action that's being taken as far as the, at the moment, in the last 36 hours, he had very little to do with that. And, he also has come under attack. An old man there, Sher Bahadur, being attacked by the youth, the young protesters, who aren't sparing anyone, in fact, taking matters into their own hands. And the big question being, where will the buck stop? How does this all come to an end, given the fact that their demands have been met, that Oli has stepped down, in fact, from what we're hearing is that Oli is all set to leave the country if he hasn't left already. The airport, of course, is closed. Flights are closed at the moment, but there was a private chopper that was on standby in order to take the Prime Minister out of the country. And this is after multiple ministers resigned. There was a mass resignation as far as the ministers are concerned. But this is deep-rooted corruption, and this is something that wasn't triggered on a whim. This was something that has been brewing for a very long time, and that it basically got triggered by that ban that took place as far as the social media sites are concerned. And this also, talking about unemployment, which is the biggest issue that the youth is facing. The youth is really facing unemployment to the tune of 19.2%, and that is one of the biggest problems that the youth in the country seem to be, they have in fact brought up that issue time and again as far as the government is concerned, but the government hasn't been able to find a solution, and therefore the only solution that the youth really has is to leave Nepal to find a job elsewhere, because there aren't any jobs that are available as far as the youth is concerned. And there's been a huge crackdown when it comes to free speech, when it comes to, the attempt has always been to silence the youth, and that is something that now that the Gen Z is taking to the streets, and sloganeering that was heard, calling Oli a chore, calling him a thief, asking him to leave, chore country, leave the country. There you can see the protesters taking literally to the streets, demanding accountability and transparency and freedom from the kind of corrupt government that they have been seeing now. And that is the demand that continues. In fact, even though the Prime Minister KP Oli has resigned amid those deadly anti-corruption protests and chaos that continues to play out as far as the streets are concerned. This is after 2 days of violent anti-corruption agitation that's been led by Gen Z protesters. Do remember that the Prime Minister has quit, and that is what was written in a letter to the President. In fact, he went on to say that violence is not in the interest of the nation. We have to ensure a peaceful dialogue to find solutions to this problem. That is what he had said before he even stepped down. Well, the question really is, why is Nepal burning, and what are the problems that the people in Nepal are really facing? So the problems that they have been facing is deep-rooted corruption, and that is the problem that, is something that they have been demanding action as far as the people, the youth under 30 years of age. They have been demanding that action be taken against the corrupt leadership that, have been in the seat of power, and that is something that the government has not paid any heed to. In fact, they have been trying to silence the voices, and that, for that, they also triggered that ban on social media sites. 26 social media sites were banned, and that is something that triggered and snowballed into the chaos that continues to play out on the streets. But it all started with embezzlement as far as public funds are concerned, and that is something that started out. So these are deep-rooted issues that have been on the ground. The reality is that the issues have been of the youth there not getting jobs, having to leave Nepal in order to find a job. The unemployment is to the tune of 19.2%, and they have really been asking the government to find solutions, in order to find them jobs, because they have nowhere to go, and the only solution is to leave Nepal and to find a job elsewhere, which basically means in most cases leaving their families behind. Nepotism and the elite privilege, it is the privilege of those connected to the political parties, and those are the kids, the Nepo kids that, the people, the regular, the locals are having a huge problem with. Now, a crackdown as far as their speech is concerned, they don't have a free speech, a free hand or a free speech, and that is the problem that really is being faced by the youth, the young, men and women in Nepal. There has been an attempt in order to silence the next generation. This is a Gen Z that has taken to the streets protesting. It has been a long-drawn affair in terms of the problems and the issues at hand, inspired by Bangladesh and Indonesia. That is why Nepal is burning. Nepal continues to burn. It's been 36 hours, over about close to 40 hours, and it's the heavy-handed response of the police that hasn't gone down too well as well. Do remember that the way that the police responded to that peaceful protest that took place yesterday, in which 19 of their own were killed. 19 of the young people in Nepal lost their lives and 250 people were injured, out of which 100 were police personnel. This is a generational demand as far as the change is concerned. That is the change that is being demanded by the youth, by the young people in Nepal. Let's just also get you Pitambar Bhandari, who's back with us, in order to get, to know more as far as the situation on the ground is concerned. The big question really is that, all this is going to result in a lot of loss of property, in a lot of financial loss as far as the country is concerned. And it's going to take a long time to rebuild, to restore all that is being damaged. Why is it that the youth is not realizing that they will be the ones paying the cost for this, paying the price for this?
Yeah, because now what has happened is that it is not only the youths who have control over such type of protests and the movements, because many people with their frustrations for the a long time regarding their the employment, job opportunities, and then their grievances that might be real or perceived grievances in terms of corruption or other charges of the nepotism. So that is why the multiple layer of people are engaged in the protest. It is not only the youths that they have just led the movement. So one reason is, the major reason is that behind that.
Of course, there are multiple issues. We've been talking about corruption. We've been talking about unemployment. When it comes to the situation on the ground, particularly when it comes to unemployment, what choices do people in Nepal have? What are the other countries, whether it's India across the border or other such countries where, which probably results in they having to leave their families behind? And that is something that is, not an option for most people.
Yes, that's not an option, and it's the most pressing one for them, because the government of Nepal has, again, facilitated the foreign labor migration through various policies and the programs, and also bilateral employment agreements, or let's say labor agreements with other countries, especially the Gulf countries and then the East Asian countries. And the people most of the time who go abroad for their higher studies are also supposed to be and compelled to engage in earning activities rather than purely continuing their higher studies in Western countries also. So that is the reason. And today's protest, if we see yesterday and today's protest, we see this protest where the suddenly expressed those sorrows and the grievances, and we can also assume it towards the one form of internet addiction of the number of peoples, and suddenly they were divided of that. So that is the reason.
Right. Thank you so much for speaking with us, political analyst there, talking about the situation on the ground. The airport's shut. Flights to Kathmandu, flights in and out of Kathmandu have been closed. And India, of course, is issuing a travel advisory, whether it's Air India or other airlines, including Indigo, there, putting out a travel advisory for people wanting to fly in or out of Nepal.
There's been massive stone belting in this area. There are tires that have been burning, and hundreds of protesters who have converged here who say that this violent protest will continue. The youth are rising here in Nepal. Focus could be on Kathmandu because this is the capital city, because the parliament is here. Situation very grim, very volatile. Now you can see slowly and steadily the protesters are inching closer towards the parliament. You can see here, this is one angle where the protesters have come out and massive security arrangements.
केपी ओली आज तक क्या कर रहे थे? देश के युवा लोग, हमारे दोस्त लोग साइड में हेडशॉट खा के मर रहे।
आगे क्या करेंगे आप लोग क्या चाहते हैं?
This is our protest against our corrupted government and our corrupt politicians.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
When we say we're standing on a piece of history, I really mean it. We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. She's called INS Udaygiri. And the reason why this is a piece of history is because for the first time, the Indian Navy isn't just inducting this particular ship, but two ships of this kind. For the first time ever, two big warships are being commissioned into service together. Now, if that isn't history, what is? The Indian Navy, an incredible service, a navy that is respected the world over, welcomes these two beautiful ships into service today. And we are so honored, Vishnu and I. How lucky are we to have the commanding officers of both those ships standing with us here today. That's right, on Control All Defense, Captain Robin Chakravarti of INS Himgiri and Captain Vikas Sood of INS Udaygiri, the two newest warships, the pinnacle of warship construction. Incredibly proud day, Vishnu.
No, I remember, about 25 odd years back, Shiv, I was lucky enough to get on INS Delhi. And she was a stunning warship, still is. But you see that evolution over the decades to something like this, and to think that this design is entirely Indian, it's been built to an Indian requirement. First up, gentlemen, and Commodore, let me ask you first. You must be incredibly proud about this commissioning command. Tell us what that feels like for you.
We're standing on your ship right now.
Yes, so it's an amazing feeling, I would say, because commissioning is like first of its kind. You set the traditions, you set the tone for the next 30 to 40 years of commission time. So it's a great honor that is bestowed on you by the Indian Navy, and a great responsibility that you have to thereafter deliver. And the most special thing that is there is that you are like a father to the entire crew of 250 men under you, whom thereafter you would be leading for the commissioning ceremony, followed by the time of operations ahead. So it's indeed a great feeling, an honor and a proud privilege to be bestowed this opportunity.
So we'll go in a bulletproof vehicle, which is a make in India bulletproof vehicle. अच्छा, ये हिंदुस्तान में बने? जी, आइए तो आपको लेके चलते हैं। आइए चलिए। तो ये महिंद्रा की गाड़ी है? जी सर। और बुलेट प्रूफ है पूरी तरह से? कितने mm की बुलेट रोकती है? ये 7.62 mm की। 7.62 तक रोकते थे।
It's a victory for Nepal. Gen Z war. Protesters have forced Nepal Prime Minister's resignation. Will Nepal army now take over is the question. Arson at Nepal's highest seat of power, Nepal Parliament building, was set on fire by the protesters. Prime Minister Modi is in Kangra in Himachal Pradesh to review the flood-hit areas. Prime Minister Modi will also be assessing the Punjab flood situation. Voting for the next Vice President of India is still underway. Counting of votes will take place at around 6 p.m. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We're starting this edition with our top focus that continues to remain the Nepal uprising. Situation on ground in Nepal continues to remain tense after Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli had resigned. This comes after 2 days of violent anti-corruption agitations that had been led by Gen Z protesters. It killed at least 19 people and there are several others who are injured. Well, these are 6 pictures on your TV screens of the chaos that unfolded in Nepal over the last 2 days. While you have the parliament that was also set on fire, other ministers from Nepal, their houses were also set ablaze. While protesters were also seen brandishing guns as they moved on the streets of Nepal. Well, we understand now Nepal finance minister was also thrashed by the protesters here on the ground. The protesters who were marching towards the parliament, they managed to go to the parliament, and we understand now the building was also set ablaze. There were cars seen burning on the streets as the situation continues to remain tense on the ground at this point in time. All right, you have visuals now coming in of how the properties here, the infrastructure was completely damaged. Well, chaos continues to unfold here in Nepal. You have pictures coming in of the properties that have been damaged. Well, people taking to the streets here, raising their demands. Well, they've been also demanding that the Prime Minister must resign, after which we understand KP Sharma Oli agreed to the demand and stepped aside. He said in his letter that he's done so that Nepal can take further steps towards a political solution, resolution of the problems. Well, this has been a core demand of the protesters, but we understand the situation continues to be tense on the ground at this point in time. Protesters seen storming the president's home as well. Those pictures on your TV screens, protesters vandalizing, setting ablaze homes of several ministers, including the Prime Minister and the President. Well, this is Nepal Prime Minister's house that was set on fire. There are also reports that the Prime Minister is likely to, the former Prime Minister now, KP Sharma Oli, who's now tendered his resignation already, which has been accepted by the President also, is likely to move out of Nepal. Well, protesters vandalized Nepal's Supreme Court, Attorney General's office as well. Tens of thousands of young Nepalis poured onto the streets in what is being seen as a Gen Z revolution. It was first over the social media ban that had been imposed by the government, but we understand later on many youngsters took to the streets protesting against the alleged corruption in the country. All right, these are pictures now coming in of Nepal's finance minister who was thrashed brutally on the streets of Nepal. You have those visuals coming in on your TV screens. Nobody has been spared. The ministers, former ministers here in Nepal, they've been the target of the protesters here on the ground. Meanwhile, these are pictures coming in from near the Nepal Parliament. Nepal Parliament, we understand, was also set on fire, and there have been massive protests, massive violence that was witnessed near the Parliament as well. All right, we'll be getting you more on that in just a bit. The situation on the ground, we have this report coming in from near the Nepal Parliament by my colleague Aditya Rajkol, who continues to be on the ground and is getting us more on that. Take a look.
Even as the Nepali youth have taken over the parliament and the entire parliament is gutted and burning, historic visuals, very unfortunate visuals really coming in, but there are still attempts at clashes. There is a group of policemen who have been cornered here by the group of violent protesters. You can see they've been cornered completely. They are trying to save their lives here, but they have been stone pelting is happening. The sticks are put on them and they are almost being lynched out here. You can see a group of policemen completely encircled by hundreds of security forces here, even though just meters away there are army personnel who are set up here. So that tells you the kind of chaos that is here outside the Nepal Parliament, even as the Parliament building itself is completely gutted. A group of policemen are being attacked because of the high-handedness they did yesterday, where 90 innocent, were died, and of course more than 500 innocent youth were injured as well. You can see these dramatic visuals of police being cornered out here, right outside the Nepal Parliament, and clashes erupting, tempers really high, even as the clashes between protesters and police continue inside and outside the Nepal Parliament.
Just continue here in Nepal. We understand my colleague Ghazali is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Ghazali, the situation, as we understand, is tense on the ground. We are also now getting reports that PM Oli may leave the country. The border with India is also on high alert amid protests taking place in Nepal.
Yeah, the border situation is also very critical. Security has been beefed up near the Indo-Nepal border at multiple locations, wherever we have this land border with the between India and Nepal. We also are concerned about the Indian nationals there in Nepal, which are in huge number. The External Affairs Ministry has already issued an advisory or a kind of a cautionary advisory for the Indian nationals to continue to monitor the situation there and not get onto the streets where our colleagues are reporting from, where we have this parliament building, ministers getting attacked, the residences getting ransacked. Now, this is a very interesting development as such, because not just in Nepal, we saw a similar situation erupting in Bangladesh last year. Even back then, India was looking at the situation not in haste. They were not taking any decision like that, and what we are also being told perhaps that Nepal's Prime Minister is on his way out from Nepal to another safer location. That being said, India is also keeping a close eye on the latest developments, because since the Prime Minister has stepped down, the next course of action would be that who would be the leader of this entire agitation and protest, who are the parties who will be negotiating with each other. Maybe it's the army which will take the lead in negotiating with the protesters for the future course of action.
All right, that is what we are learning at the moment. Security now also has been beefed along the India-Nepal border. As per more details now coming in, security has been beefed as SSB guards have been deployed along the India-Nepal border. Additional forces now also, Ghazali, we are learning, have been brought in to guard the border situation. It's the police, the SSB that are conducting joint patrols along Nepal border. Ghazali, what more do we know? Security situation, of course, is something that the government is looking at this point in time. The situation continues to unfold, but we understand clashes are still taking place here in Nepal. What more do we understand about the situation along the border now?
See, right now, just a short while back, Indian government has also issued an advisory and has asked the Indian citizens presently in Nepal are advised to shelter in their current places of residence, avoid going out onto the streets and exercise all due caution. Indian government also advises them to follow local safety advisories from Nepal authorities as well as the Embassy of India in Kathmandu. And Indian government has also issued helpline numbers, WhatsApp numbers through which Indian citizens in Nepal can contact them. As of now, the situation is very volatile. It's very chaotic. And for safety of Indian nationals in Nepal, Indian government has also issued helpline numbers advising them to stay where they are. This can continue tomorrow as well, though because the ministers, the Prime Minister, they have all stepped down. The army is believed to have taken the charge over there. The negotiations have still to go on from here onwards. So this is complete chaotic situation, and amid all this, there are Indians who are worried about their loved ones who are staying in Nepal. So amid this crisis, we'll have to see that how soon stability is restored in Nepal, and whether the protesters or those who led this entire Gen Z protest will come forward for talks, and who will be leading these discussions. And that is only when we can expect situation to become normal in our neighborhood.
At the point that you made, that who's going to take over as the next leader of Nepal, that's also something that India is also keeping an eye on. We understand Balendra Shah, Kathmandu mayor, is also quite popular among the Gen Z there, among the youngsters in Nepal, and we understand these messages calling for his appointment as the interim PM are also circulating among the Gen Z protesters at this point in time.
Kathmandu mayor is said to be an influential leader who has influence in Kathmandu and nearby areas. He has also advised the protesters now to stay in discipline. He has also told them, conveyed to them through the social media accounts of his, that how the Prime Minister has stepped down. This was one of the primary demands of the protesters, and that is why they should not indulge in violence or ransacking public properties there. Now, how far or how effective his influence is, that is the test of Kathmandu's mayor as well.
Just give me a second. I'm just coming back to you. There's some more information that's coming in at the moment. MEA statement on the unrest in Nepal. The MEA has, in a statement, said that it advises its people not to travel to Nepal. There is, of course, serious concern about those Indians who are in Nepal at this point in time, but also MEA now has advised that people here in India should not travel to Nepal given the developing situation. My colleague Ghazali continues to be with us. Ghazali, take us through this advisory now.
See, this advisory clearly states that Indians should defer their travel to Nepal until the situation stabilizes there. And for Indian nationals who are staying in Nepal, the advisory says that you should stay where you are at the places of your residence. And also, it says that to follow, the Indian nationals have been advised to follow local safety advisories, if any, because we know that the government is no more in power over there, and also been advised that to look after what the Nepal authorities are issuing as a safety advisory from their side, as well as stay in touch with the Embassy of India there. The government of India has now issued some helpline numbers for those people who are in distress there, or the Indian nationals who are stuck in Nepal.
Absolutely. Well, in view of the developing situation in Nepal, as per this advisory, the government has said that it advises to defer travel until the situation has stabilized. And we understand at this point in time that, well, the border situation is also something that's being looked at. And in the borders close to Nepal, borders with India are also on high alert amid these protests taking place. But Ghazali, this could take time, as you've been saying that there is a possibility that army could take over the reins of the country, or like the Gen Z is of course pushing for an interim PM at this point in time. That is also a possibility. But given this situation that's unfolding, despite the government agreeing to, despite the Prime Minister resigning, agreeing to the core demand of the protesters, the clashes continue on the ground. What is it that the Gen Z protesters want now?
See, the Gen Z protesters must be aware of what happened in their own neighborhood in Bangladesh, because anybody who is appointed even as an interim head of the government, or somebody who would head the interim government until the next parliamentary elections are held, they are also seen as puppet of the system, or they are also treated as somebody who is not very genuine. Now, the situation is particularly a test of all those leaders who would be behind these protests, or the ones who engineered these protests. There are youngsters, but there are also politicians who have not yet come onto the streets to own this protest. Now is the time to see that who will be those leaders, the probable names circulating on social media, whether they are purely from the from the youngsters, young agitators who have been involved in this protest, or from the established political party, as we have been hearing that the mayor of Kathmandu is one such figure. Now, the issue is that from here onward, since the Prime Minister has stepped down, the violence has not reduced over there.
Yes,
it is still a chaotic situation in multiple areas of Nepal.
Concern, of course, at this point in time. Ghazali, thanks so much for getting us those details. We also have senior journalist joining us from Kathmandu, Mr. Akhilesh Upadhyay, here on the broadcast. Mr. Upadhyay, what can you tell us about the situation on the ground at this point in time? We understand clashes continue to take place on the ground despite KP Oli resigning from his post.
Okay, I would put it this way. For example, where I live, I can see from terrace that what was until 2 hours ago a very angry rally, and my apartment is not too far from the Prime Minister who has now resigned his office and party office. And there was a massive tens of thousands of angry crowd. I see none. And across the street on the breeze, I see that angry rally turning into a victory rally,
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, of course, it will take time. And because there is social media so integral to this movement, I also see people, like the protesters in real time sharing, very unlike other protests I had seen earlier, including two mass movements in 2006 and 1990. This is Gen Z, super well wired, super well connected, and but also very young, right? So I am expecting this to calm down by tonight. We shall see, sir, ma'am.
Could I also request you to show us those visuals that you're saying that the office is also quite closer to your house here? I'll request you for that as well. But what do we understand of the situation at the moment? You're saying that by the end of the day, it's a possibility that it could all subside?
Okay, I would put it this way. The Upadhyayas in the old times, or Pandits in a different, spiritual or whatever sense, I'm more a Pandit that reads the ground, So in that sense, there is no future forecast, but I can sense that there's some calming of nerve. And if I look at social media real time here, which I'm doing now, every single message from everyone who is seen as respected in the field, maybe medical doctors, senior journalists, or name it. Everyone is saying one single word: stay calm. You got your demand, Prime Minister is out.
Yes.
2 things will be investigated. One is probe against corruption of the past political leaders, but also, as important, the criminal charges that will be filed against the people who are responsible for the killings, very irresponsible killings yesterday, with close to 20 deaths, some of them in school uniforms.
Absolutely. That's something that's very upsetting, but we understand now the process to select the new leader would also begin. I mean, that is something that everybody is keeping an eye on. We understand the protesters also, the Gen Z protesters are pushing for Kathmandu Mayor Balendra Shah as the next interim PM. Could you tell us about him?
I mean, like, how would I describe it? He's been like a bit of like, mysterious person who doesn't like to come out in the camera too much. But today he walked with the Gen Z protesters on the street. But he's got pretty solid image as far as youngsters is concerned, and he stayed away from party politics completely. He doesn't have a party, by the way. He's a lone person. And and one of the things he's appealed in his statement that's now been made public is, let's also be prepared to hold some talks with the army, which means in this interim phase until it stabilizes, will have a very important role.
Why is it that the Gen Z is actually pushing for him, but there is a possibility that army could hold the reins as well?
I would like to think not. Nepal doesn't have a history of, unlike say Pakistan or even Bangladesh, of active army. Since since the at least 1990 and before. Even if before 1990, during the Panchayat period, when the monarch was the all-in-all power, the army was very much in the barracks. Yeah, everyone knew the monarchy enjoyed the support of the army, but army has never been a front face for, decades, a long time in Nepal's history. I don't have any memory of that as army in the dress coming out and saying this.
So, but the situation is unprecedented, we understand. This is something that Nepal is also witnessing, something that wasn't actually seen in Nepal ever before. But we understand there has been this brewing unrest or feeling of disappointment with the current government, and that has of course led to the situation at this point in time. It was the army chief we are hearing, after whose advice the Nepal's prime minister had resigned.
I don't know. I mean, this is all speculation, so I'm told. And no one knows where the former prime minister is, for example. No one knows where the cabinet members are. Are they in Nepal? Or some have said that they have ran across the open border to India. No one knows, Or maybe they could be in kind of like some, I would not say control, definitely not. They may have ran to the army, one of the safest areas, to say, okay, keep us safe.
Mr. Upadhyay, I'll just come back to you. We have some latest visuals now coming in of former Nepal PM Sher Bahadur Deoba, who was attacked inside his residence. Those visuals that we are playing out on our TV screens now, where it's the latest video of former Nepal Prime Minister. Security personnel are trying to rescue Sher Bahadur Deoba. He was attacked inside his residence. Remember, many former ministers and current ministers as well have been attacked by these Gen Z protesters, even as chaos continues to unfold on the streets of Nepal. And this is the video of former Nepal Prime Minister who was attacked by the mob, even as security personnel tried to rescue the former Prime Minister of Nepal. Visuals coming in of Sher Bahadur Deoba. This is the latest video that has been accessed by NDTV. It's clearly seen how he was attacked inside his residence, after which the security personnel apparently brought him out and they tried to rescue him. All right, Mr. Upadhyay continues to be with us on the broadcast as well. Well, we have these visuals coming in of former Nepal Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, how he was also thrashed on the streets of Nepal. Mr. Upadhyay, you're saying it's likely that these protests could subside by the end of the day, but the situation is still quite tense.
Okay, I would say, look at the visual, it's not night or evening yet. So, I mean, in Kathmandu, days are already shorter. So I'd like to think, I am not vouching to the fact that it's going to be suddenly calm overnight. The anger has been sustained, let's put it also, against the parties and certain political leaders who have been at the helm, not just in the past government since 1990. That's a long, long time, right? And the Gen Z generation doesn't even have a memory of when they started, actually, because these guys are 24 to 26, 28, 30-year-old, So you can see that it will take a while to sink in. The role of the army would be very important in the interim to stay calm, to put everyone in order. And also, I would expect other parties who are on the sidelines, but still fresh, in the sense, for example, Rashtriya Swatantra Party, which emerged as just before elections, and which has a good number of votes in parliament. They may come in and join the interim government. Balin Shah per se doesn't have a party, so he will need credible political faces to come to the public, right? And also perhaps even civil society leaders. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, but next, say 24 hours would be very crucial.
Absolutely. Next few hours are going to be very crucial for Nepal. And what is it that's going to make this mob calm? That's the question that is on everybody's lips. We understand these visuals came in some time ago of the former Prime Minister of Nepal, who was clearly attacked by the Gen Z protesters who've been raising their demands and asking for the demands to be met. We understand one of their core demands was for the Prime Minister KP Oli to resign, and that, of course, has been met. But the situation continues to remain tense on the ground at this point in time. India has also issued an advisory for its citizens in Nepal, saying that Indians living in Nepal must exercise caution and also follow guidelines. We understand many flight operations to and from Kathmandu airport have also been suspended either or cancelled because of the prevailing unrest. All right, there is no end to the mob violence that has emerged from the Gen Z protest in Nepal. The protest that started against social media ban, corruption and nepotism is not going to end any moment now, it looks like, with the situation currently unfolding. Angry crowd is charging towards Nepal government officials as Prime Minister KP Oli has resigned. The protesters targeted former Prime Minister Sher Bahadur. He was brutally lynched by the mob. Well, the mob then turned towards the Women Foreign Minister Arzu Deva as well, who was also attacked by the angry protesters. The question that arises now is that what will make this mob calm? Why is the mob fury continuing despite rollback of social media ban and after the current government has been dissolved? My colleague Shiv Arur also continues to be with us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Shiv, that's the question that's being asked now. Is the mob justice now the new political toolkit?
This is a very, very dangerous and precarious situation that Nepal finds itself in. Now, the anger among protesters, the very legitimate reasons for the protest, are one thing. 19 students, remember, have been killed in the last 36 hours in what has been a very repressive crackdown. But in the wake of Prime Minister KP Oli's resignation, humiliating resignation in the face of this rebellion and this uprising, the spiraling violence on the ground is is very, very disturbing. There are multiple accounts of arson, murderous violence, people being physically attacked, ministers being dragged from their houses. Now, of course, there is a great deal of, catharsis for the Nepalese public that sees this as a huge historic landmark uprising against huge corruption in government, scam after scam, economic stagnation, the highest levels of unemployment that the country has ever seen. But the current chaos runs the risk of Nepal sort of dissolving into complete instability. This is a country, remember, that has seen instability, politically speaking, in the past as well. It is a landlocked country with borders, with Tibet as well as India. It is a country where there have been security situations in the past as well. But now with the possibility of the army taking over or some kind of interim constitutional arrangement, what place does mob violence actually have? There are very, very troubling pictures of a former prime minister and his daughter being dragged out of their house and bloodied. It took the armed forces, to be able to actually protect them. You saw the finance minister being, chased down the street and beaten. And these are pictures that will fuel the anger on the streets of Nepal, no doubt. The anger is a very legitimate thing. The uprising, the protests are legitimate, but the violence, if not controlled, runs the risk of pushing Nepal over the edge, into absolute collapse on the likes of Pakistan. And that's the reason why one wonders when somebody is going to actually be able to control it.
Yes, the question is that who's going to do that actually? Well, Shiv, continue. Please be with us. We have some visuals now coming in. The visuals that we are showing to you on your TV screens, aerial shots of the Parliament building that was set on fire by the Gen Z protesters. Minutes before the Prime Minister of Nepal, KP Sharma Oli, had resigned from his office, Gen Z protesters, remember, broke into the parliament and they set fire to one of the buildings on the premises. Those are aerial visuals coming in. Demonstrators set fire to Oli's residence also, we understand, but visuals coming in of the Nepal parliament that was breached, and the building was set on fire by Gen Z protesters. Protesters have also torched the homes of several top Nepal leaders. That includes now former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli's Bhaktapur residence also, and a former finance minister also who was thrashed on the streets of Nepal, we've seen. But these visuals show plumes of grey and black smoke coming out from the parliament building here in Kathmandu. All right, my colleague Shiv continues to be with us. Shiv, we have visuals coming in now of the parliament building, but of course the question, the point that we've been talking about earlier, the question is who's going to actually bring this violence, an end to this violence in Nepal?
It's probably going to be the military that does it because in everything but fact, martial law has practically been imposed in Nepal. Now, these very, very compelling images, you can bet, are going to be on the front pages of every Nepal newspaper tomorrow if they are allowed to print their newspapers, that is. Even that is in doubt amidst the current stability. But the Singha Darbar, the parliament, the government offices, they are all aflame. The private residences of ministers, the prime minister, have been vandalized and looted. Many of them are in a blaze right now. So this is, let's make no mistake at all, this is an inflection point in the history of Nepal. From this point on, can order be restored? Can the mobs be sent back? Can the legitimate demands, of the youth of Nepal, simply be sidetracked in the face of what has taken place? Let's remember for a moment that 19 youth have been killed in a crackdown that was clearly mishandled by the KP Sharma Oli government. He has been humiliatingly forced to resign. But what is left now are the broken pieces of Nepal's fragile economy, its fragile polity, its ministers being chased down the streets and beaten up, ex-prime ministers being thrashed, their homes vandalized. 19 students have been killed. Their bodies are still in the hospital. There are grieving families. The anger is self-perpetuating. It doesn't seem like this is going to end anytime soon. And that's the reason why even in a VIP protected zone like the Singha Darbar and the Parliament House of Nepal, which is out of bounds for citizens, they've been completely overrun, and that's the reason why these pictures are so incredibly compelling. They show you that law and order has completely broken down in Kathmandu. There are hardly any restrictions, even though we are hearing reports that the army controls at least half of Kathmandu right now. The pictures tell a very different story. It's a bit of a free-for-all right now. More and more people are entering. Remember, the social media ban was lifted, which means people are able to freely communicate with each other. Flights are not landing in Nepal. India has suspended practically all of its flights headed into Nepal at this time, including Air India and Indigo. So in many ways, Nepal is in some ways internationally isolated right now. We're looking at these pictures, but there's nobody entering from the outside. The international border with India is sealed. It's on high alert as well. India is monitoring the situation. It's issued advisories for the 1 lakh Indian nationals living in Nepal not to venture out of their houses as well. So this is a swirling, boiling cauldron in Kathmandu and other cities of Nepal,
Yes.
Where stability can simply spiral even worse out of control. I understand the irony of me saying things going even worse out of control when you've got the Parliament House and the Singha Darbar, the seat of power in Kathmandu, completely in flames, completely infiltrated by this huge mob of angry young protesters in Nepal. The question now is, what next? Is it going to be martial law? Does that mean a repressive, hard-handed, Nepal army crackdown to actually end the protest? It will not be ended without a certain degree of violence. That's what history has taught us in the past. So does that mean more bodies? Is that body count going to go up? And is that in its own way going to trigger another cycle of violence? We'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later as more comes in. Well, we understand now what was most obvious today was that on target of the protesters was every symbol of the present government. The private residence of Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli was targeted. Protesters also posted social media videos of themselves barging inside the house of President Ramchandra Paudel. Several people could be seen going up a flight of stairs and pulling down his portraits. Demonstrators also gathered near Oli's house, and this was in Balkot, and demanded that he be punished for the death of 19 people yesterday. But as per latest information we are getting, that the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister now, KP Sharma Oli, after he is resigned, he is also expected to leave the country. But with the situation currently unfolding, it looks it's going to be difficult for him as well. Political analyst Ram Gurung also joins us on the broadcast. Mr. Gurung, given the situation currently, it's quite chaotic and volatile at the moment as well. What are we looking at? The Prime Minister also, we are hearing reports, could be leaving the country, but well, everything is closed at this point in time. The airport also, we understand flights are not allowed to go and come to Nepal. Either they are suspended or cancelled. But what are we looking at? It's going to be a difficult situation for KP Oli as well.
Actually, the situation here is not that pleasant. What we have experiencing right now. Right now, the Prime Minister has already resigned from his position, and probably he is going to secure himself somewhere inside the country. And I also expect and hope he must be inside the country. But people are quite doubtful that he will leave the country and leave the country. But if he leaves the country, it wouldn't be the right moves from his side. He's supposed to stay in country and take the initiation to for the political dialogue with other political parties and political forces, including Gen Z, because if he doesn't do that, the political masses will be not correct. That the Gen Z will understand that political parties are really not serious at our issues and regarding countries' social, economic, and political problems. In that sense, I can assume and I can expect Prime Minister Oli won't leave the country, and he will take the initiation, despite his resignation from the office, to settle this volatile political situation and assuage the the protester in the country.
We have visuals also coming in. A former Prime Minister Rashid Bahadur Deuba, his wife Arjun Rana Deuba, who's the current foreign minister of the country, they were assaulted at their residence. Many more visuals coming in of ministers present as well as former ministers who've been thrashed and attacked by these protesters. What is it that's going to take for these protests to die down now? One of their core demands, as we've been discussing, was the resignation of KP Oli, and that has been met.
Really, of course, the mass is really, they are very agitated, and they are not, I think they are while the Prime Minister has already resigned, and most of the top political leaders are now they are undergrounded. In that case, I would like to request all the protesters who are in the ground, in the field, who are agitated, to take the time and do not attack, assault the political leaders, because from the humanitarian point of view, we have to respect everybody's personal lives. But the situation is really, as we have seen right now, is not as we expected under our control. But the leaders who are taking initiation of this agitation, of this protest, must request to all the participant protester to calm down. And other thing, I also would like to request all the agitator and the campaigner who are in the road, street, please do not attack the political leaders, and we have to find the peaceful solution. Whatever happened. It has already been the past. We cannot go back to the past, and we have to find the peaceful resolution for this critical situation, this crisis.
What we're trying to understand. What is it that these youngsters want now? What will it take for these protests to die down? Well, there are messages also that are circulating among these Gen Z's protesters. We understand, to prevent military coup, Gen Z appealed to Balen, that is Balendra Shah, as the interim Prime Minister. What more can you tell us about Balendra Shah? We understand he is also quite popular in Nepal.
Yeah, Balendra Shah is quite popular, and many young people, they really love him, and youngsters are very fascinated with his personality, his position, and still Balendra Shah is not quite an open for his political position and opinion, but the agitator young people, they really like him. In that sense, the protests who are in the field, as a protester, they are asking, they are demanding Balendra Shah to lead the interim government. In my opinion, it would be better if Balendra Shah express his position, what would be his next position, or how he will address young people's demand that they want to see him as a Prime Minister of interim government. And it is not only the young people's aspiration, it is also the issue of political negotiation, who the political forces, including Rashtriya Swatantra Party, Rashtriya Prajatantra Party, all party, they are looking for the alternative political resolution. In that sense, Balendra Shah, I think, in my position, in my opinion, he must take the initiation to deal the political issues. At the same time, the agitator had released Rasopa's chairman, Ravi Lamechhane, out. In that sense, Balendra Shah, I think it would be better if Balendra Shah and Ravi Lamechhane will discuss
Well, that remains to be seen, of course. He's a rapper turned politician now who the Nepal's Gen Z now want as the next Prime Minister or the interim Prime Minister. But will the army now take over? That's also something that's being speculated. Thank you so much, Mr. Gurung, for speaking to us and sharing all those details there. Time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
We're the only country with such a large population of youth and yuva.
Pure talent और कुछ नहीं है.
आने वाला फ्यूचर काफी अच्छा है स्पोर्ट्स का.
Luck, patience and a lot of tolerance.
Life can change overnight.
जीवन में मैंने कोशिश की है सदैव चुनौती को अपनाने.
We need to work towards an egalitarian society, regardless of gender and orientation.
Captain Chakravarti, not one but 2 warships. That's amazing. You know, Vishnu and I, through our careers, have been to many commissionings. Vishnu a few more than me because he's slightly older than me.
He wants to rub that in. But that's just a side dig. Carry on with the...
Yeah, but 2 ships is incredible. I mean, that's, tell us why that is so significant. You know, the Indian Navy with its huge expanding responsibilities is hungry for more ships. So getting 2 ships at the same time is a bonus, isn't it, sir?
Yeah, of course. Like you said it yourself, the responsibilities are increasing. Indian Ocean is where the action is happening, and Indian Ocean is going to be the future playground for all the, not just the navies, the nations around the world. And Indian Navy, as the preferred security partner, is very active in this area. Given the responsibility and the large area that is, the number of assets is required. And that's the reason we are getting these warships. They're not just numbers, it's not just the quantity, it's the quality of these warships also, because they have high speed and they have got very large endurance and they can stay out at sea for long times. The frigates are very versatile ships to be. And so these 2 warships are going to add a punch, not just to the Eastern Naval Command, in particular, of course, Eastern Naval Command, but to the Indian Navy in general.
Rajasthan is history, culture and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power. What is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all.
There's been massive stone building in this area. There are tires that have been burning and hundreds of protesters who have converged here who say that this violent protest will continue. The youth are rising here in Nepal. Focus could be on Kathmandu because this is the capital city, because the parliament is here. Situation very grim, very volatile. Now you can see slowly and steadily the protesters are inching closer towards the parliament. You can see here, this is one angle where the protesters have come out and massive security arrangements.
केपी ओली आज तक क्या कर रहे थे? देश के युवा लोग, हमारे दोस्त लोग साइड में हेडशॉट खा के मर रहे।
आगे क्या करेंगे आप लोग क्या चाहते हैं?
This is our protest against our corrupted government and our corrupt politicians.
We have these defining images coming in of the Nepal unrest. The first image being of the massive security breach at Nepal's parliament complex. Protesters set the parliament building on fire. scaling walls and pushing back barricades deployed for security. Moments before they stormed the building, its main gate was set ablaze with plumes of smoke rising over the complex. Those visuals on your TV screens there. Dramatic visuals from Kathmandu came in as protesters breached security, storming the residence of former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. We have the visuals of KP Sharma's house being vandalized by the protesters. Now, former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has been forced to flee as protests spiraled out of control across Nepal. He was seen fleeing in a chopper. However, nobody knows about his location at the moment. Other ministers of his government were also attacked by the protesters. Former Nepal Prime Minister Sher Bahadur Deoba and his spouse, current Foreign Minister Arzu Rana Deoba, thrashed by furious protesters as anti-government anger exploded on the streets. What began as a digital freedom protest has now spiraled into full-blown political outrage across Nepal. Tense scenes unfolded as a group of protesters are also now seen brandishing guns that they snatched from the police in broad daylight, raising slogans, waving weapons in the air, capturing the alarming intensity of Nepal's escalating unrest. Well, we have more visuals coming in of protesters targeting the Bhat Bateni, which is one of Nepal's largest shopping malls amid the rising unrest. Smoke seen billowing from shattered windows as anger spread from the streets to commercial centers in Kathmandu. Well, flames also leapt into the sky in Nepal's Lalitpur district as protesters took to streets. What began as student demonstration over unemployment and economic despair has now spiraled into a full-blown street rage with arson, stone pelting and clashes with forces marking the second day of chaos. Well, these visuals from Lalitpur show charred walls and tear gas clouds capturing the visuals of a nation on the edge and a generation demanding answers. Well, furious protesters also stormed the Communist Party headquarters, tearing down party flags in a bold show of dissent. Here in those visuals, you have protesters storming the Communist Party headquarters. Now, hundreds of youth clashed with the police personnel who were guarding the Provincial Assembly Secretariat. Protesters tried to break through barricades. Police lobbed tear gas shells to control the situation and in some areas carried out baiting charges. Protesters vandalized the Nepal President Ramachandra Paudil's private residence also, and they set it on fire. Well, total of 21 MPs from the RSP, that's Rashtriya Swatantra Party, have decided to resign en masse. Now, after setting government buildings and residences on fire, protesters have also vandalized and set Kathmandu's Hilton Hotel on fire, which is owned by one of the ruling party leaders. Also, you have visuals of the finance minister of Nepal being beaten up and thrashed by the angry mob on the streets of Nepal. Well, you have these visuals on your TV screens of the finance minister trying to run away from the mob as they beat him up publicly. Nepal Prime Minister's private residence was also vandalized in Bhaktapur as the biggest uprising in recent times in Nepal unfolded. Protests in Nepal have taken a violent turn. Demonstrators pelted stones at security forces in Nepal's Bhaktapur as well. All right, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
if it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Pulling us into this country. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Welcome to my unit. So I'll just brief you through the mechanized platform of the Indian Army that we have here. So in mechanized, basically we have armored mechanized infantry, these two things. So I'll just take you around the equipment also and I'll tell you what is the difference between both also.
Okay. So what is the difference between the tank? What is one is the tank and one is a
BMP.
What is the full form?
It's Boye Machino Picote. It's a Russian term.
Acha, Russian term. Acha.
Yeah. So BMP. Yeah, it's an infantry combat vehicle.
Okay. Similar to tank.
It's similar to tank. The main difference in this is in tank we have a crew of 3.
Okay.
But in this we also have the stick also.
Hello.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Welcome back after the break. We have now visuals coming in of the Parliament of Nepal, which was earlier set on fire by the protesters. We are now reporting that firing has been reported from inside the Nepali Parliament to disperse the crowd. The army is present inside the Parliament trying to take control, but there are still protesters who are present inside the Parliament of Nepal, which we understand, after which firing now also has been reported to disperse the crowd. That is what the army is trying to do, trying to take control.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world. One solution at a time. The Adani Green Talk Social Impact Awards are created for you. Green Talk Social Impact Awards 2025. Coming soon.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, रबर ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसा हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है।
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
It's a victory for Nepal. Gen Z war. KP Sharma Oli resigns as Prime Minister of Nepal, says done so we could take further steps towards a political solution. Will the Nepal army take over is the question. Arson at Nepal's highest seat of power, Nepal Parliament building, has been set on fire. Prime Minister Modi in Himachal Pradesh's Kangra to review flood-hit areas. Prime Minister Modi will be assessing the Punjab flood situation. MPs vote to pick the next Vice President. The voting is underway. Counting of votes will take place at around 6 p.m. Watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We have some big breaking news now coming in at the top of this hour. Prime Minister Modi has visited flood-hit Punjab. After his visit to Himachal, Prime Minister Modi interacted with the flood victims in Punjab. We are learning now PM has visited Gurdaspur in Punjab as part of his planned visit. Those visuals also coming in of the Prime Minister as he met those who were affected by the floods in Punjab. For this, Prime Minister Modi was in Kangra in Himachal to take stock of the situation, and right now he is in Punjab interacting with the flood victims here. He has visited Gurdaspur area of Punjab, which is one of the most affected regions in Punjab. Big breaking news coming in of the Prime Minister. We are learning visited the flood-hit areas of Punjab. He is in Gurdaspur at this point in time, taking stock of the situation. Remember, he's also announced financial assistance for Himachal Pradesh earlier. About 1,500 crore rupees have been announced as financial aid for Himachal Pradesh, and he's currently meeting the people here, the victims of Punjab floods at the moment. And taking stock of the situation. Gurdaspur is one region which is most affected, along with Amritsar and other areas as well. But Prime Minister Modi chose Gurdaspur as his first location, where he's here to meet the men and women who are affected by the floods. Well, Punjab is facing its worst flood situation over the last few decades at this point in time, we understand. And Prime Minister Modi here is in the state to lend support to the people, to take stock of the situation as well, after he had gone to visit Himachal, where he also announced a huge financial assistance of 1,500 crore rupees for those who are affected in Himachal Pradesh. Well, Punjab is still recovering from the floods, and so is Himachal. And after Himachal, we understand Prime Minister Modi is in Punjab visiting the flood affected areas. It also conducted an aerial survey earlier of Mandi and Kullu in Himachal, after which he is right now in Punjab meeting the people there, talking to them and hearing their problems. We've seen how Punjab has been completely devastated because of the flood situation. The infrastructure has been completely damaged, and we understand after this, Prime Minister Modi also earlier had assured that the centre would provide all relief and rescue for this state, after which we understand he is here on the ground meeting the people at this point in time and taking stock of the situation. Well, Punjab is witnessing its worst floods in the recent decades, and Prime Minister Modi is here in the state to assess the damage caused by heavy monsoon floods that have affected thousands across the state. We understand the situation has only worsened, with the death toll also going up to about 51 as per the Punjab government data. Well, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann is still recovering at a private hospital in Mohali, we understand. However, he also had welcomed the Prime Minister's visit and also had expressed hope that adequate relief measures will be taken by the centre as well. All right, this is what we are learning at the moment. Well, Prime Minister Modi is meeting people here, flood victims in Gurdaspur. My colleague Gurpreet Chinna also now joins us on the broadcast here. Gurpreet, Prime Minister Modi here interacting with the victims here in Gurdaspur in Punjab. What is the schedule going to be?
Well, we have seen Prime Minister has visited Himachal Pradesh also. He met the Himachal Chief Minister also, and he had already made announcement for the relief compensation to various locations of Himachal Pradesh. Now, a few minutes back, I'll request my visitor to show all these pictures. We have seen he conducted aerial surveys in the aerial survey in the various locations of Punjab. And after that, he has come here in district Gurdaspur, where he held a detailed meeting with the flood victims, and he had decided they are trying to chalk out. And a few minutes back, we have seen even the BJP leaders who spoke to us. They are saying the meetings were being held, and even the top officials of Punjab governments, including the ministers also, they were being involved in that, and all the things are being discussed at length to just find out how the compensation can be given to Punjab and how the infrastructure which has already been damaged because of flood, that can be revamped once again. So he has just left from Gurdaspur, and he held a detailed meeting with even the BJP leaders who were also present, because he had come to get the proper input from all the leaders from the local administration as well as from the government also, so that he will be able to assess how much loss and how much damage has been taken place in Punjab because of floods. Back to studio.
All right, thank you so much, Gurpreet, for getting us those details there. We'll come back to you later as more developments come in. Meanwhile, this is what we are learning of at the moment. Prime Minister has left from Gurdaspur, we understand, after which he's also met the BJP workers and leaders working on the ground to help those affected in Punjab. Focus now, the situation in Nepal continues to remain chaotic and volatile. These are some of the defining images of the Nepal unrest. The first visual of the massive security breach at Nepal's parliament complex. Protesters set the parliament building on fire. Protesters scaling walls and pushing back barricades deployed for security here in those visuals. Moments before they stormed the building, its main gate was set ablaze, with plumes of smoke rising over the complex. Now, dramatic visuals came in from Kathmandu as protesters breached security, storming the residence of former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. We have these visuals of KP Sharma Oli's house being vandalized by the protesters. Well, KP Sharma Oli was forced to flee as protests spiraled out of control across Nepal. He was seen fleeing in a chopper, however, nobody is aware of his location currently. Former Prime Minister of Nepal, Sher Bahadur Deuba, and his spouse, who is the current Foreign Minister, Arzu Rana Deuba, were thrashed by furious protesters as anti-government anger exploded on the streets. Well, the protests have spiraled into a full-blown political outrage across Nepal. Tense scenes also unfolded as group of protesters were seen brandishing guns that they snatched from the police in broad daylight. They were seen raising slogans, waving weapons in the air. Well, protesters targeted Bhat Betani, which is one of Nepal's largest shopping malls, amid the rising unrest. Smoke seen billowing from the shattered windows as anger spreaded from the streets to commercial centers in Kathmandu. Flames leapt into the sky in Nepal's Lalitpur district as protesters took to streets. Well, what began as student demonstrations over unemployment and economic despair has now spiraled into full-blown street rage. The visuals coming in from Lalitpur show charred walls and tear gas clouds capturing a nation on the edge. In more visuals coming in, furious protesters have been seen storming the Communist Party headquarters, tearing down party flags in a bold show of dissent. Now, hundreds of youth clashed with police personnel who were guarding the Provincial Assembly Secretariat. Protesters tried to break through barricades and police were seen lobbing tear gas shells to control the situation. Protesters vandalized the Nepal President Paudel's private residence and set it on fire. Well, these are visuals that came in of protesters entering through the gate of his private residence and then setting it ablaze. And not just government buildings and residences, but protesters have also vandalized and set Kathmandu's Hilton Hotel on fire that is owned by one of the ruling party leaders. Well, the finance minister of Nepal was also beaten up by the angry crowd. These are visuals coming in from Kathmandu, where on the streets of Kathmandu, the finance minister was thrashed and brutally beaten up by the angry mob. Nepal Prime Minister's private residence was vandalized in Bhaktapur as the country witnesses its biggest uprising in recent times. Protests in Nepal took a violent turn as demonstrators pelted stones at forces in Bhaktapur as well. And now celebrations have broken out in Nepal as Prime Minister KP Oli resigned. Amid raging protests, streets turned festive with dancing and singing, even as parliament buildings smolder in the background. All right, we have now latest visuals coming in from Nepal, where celebrations have started on the ground. Even as we understand, KP Sharma Oli has quit from his post as the Prime Minister. The protesters, the Gen Z protesters, are seen celebrating on the streets of Nepal. Well, Nepal Parliament is up in flames. Remember, the protesters had earlier entered the Parliament premises and set it on fire. And after which we understand the government gave in to their demand and KP Sharma Oli had resigned from his post as the Prime Minister, after which we understand celebrations have erupted on the streets of Kathmandu in Nepal. Well, what was most obvious today that was on target of the protesters were every symbol of the present government. The private residence of Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli was targeted in Balkot. Protesters posted social media videos of themselves barging inside the house of President Ramchandra Paudel. Several people could be seen going up a flight of stairs and pulling down his portraits. Demonstrators had gathered near Oli's house in Balkot and demanded that he be punished for the death of 19 people. All right, now there is seemingly no end to the mob violence that has emerged from the Gen Z protest in Nepal. The protest that started against social media ban, corruption and nepotism is not ending any moment now. Well, angry crowd was seen charging towards Nepal government officials as Prime Minister KP Oli resigned, and the protesters targeted former Prime Minister Sher Bahadur as well. He was assaulted. He was brutally lynched by the mob. Then the mob turned towards the woman foreign minister Arzu Deva, who was also attacked by the angry protesters. Now, protesters have set the Supreme Court, Parliament building and houses of government officials on fire. The question that now arises is that what will make this mob calm? And is the mob justice now the new political toolkit? Well, we have my colleague Shivaru getting us more on that.
There's a great deal of, catharsis for the Nepalese public that sees this as a huge historic landmark uprising against huge corruption in government, scam after scam, economic stagnation, the highest levels of unemployment that the country has ever seen. But the current chaos runs the risk of Nepal sort of dissolving into complete instability. This is a country, remember, that has seen instability, politically speaking, in the past as well. It is a landlocked country with borders, with Tibet as well as India. It is a country where there have been security situations in the past as well. But now with the possibility of the army taking over or some kind of interim constitutional arrangement, what place does mob violence actually have? There are very, very troubling pictures of a former Prime Minister and his daughter being dragged out of their house and bloodied. It took the armed forces, to be able to actually protect them. You saw the finance minister being, chased down the street and beaten. And these are pictures that will fuel the anger on the streets of Nepal, no doubt. The anger is a very legitimate thing. The uprising, the protests are legitimate. But the violence, if not controlled, runs the risk of pushing Nepal over the edge, into absolute collapse on the likes of Pakistan. And that's the reason why one wonders when somebody is going to actually be able to control it.
Well, that's the question that is on everybody's lips. And we understand now the Nepal uprising is believed to be a reaction to the hatred against nepotism. The young and the flamboyant kids to Nepal's top political leadership who've been living it up and flaunting their fancy lifestyle across social media. The social media ban was just a trigger. A trend, #NepoKid, accused the children of high-profile leaders and politicians living opulent lives, allegedly funded by money earned through corruption.
Nepal is seeing an uprising led not by political veterans, but by Gen Z. Teenagers and young adults are flooding the streets, furious over a sweeping government ban on their digital lifelines. Last week, authorities abruptly cut access to major platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube after tech companies failed to comply with new registration rules aimed at curbing online crime, hate speech, and misinformation. But Nepal's plugged-in youth aren't buying it, accusing Prime Minister Oli's administration of using censorship to distract from deep-rooted corruption. Online, a viral trend dubbed the Nepo Kids campaign is exploding. Gen Z is calling out the privileged children of powerful politicians, flaunting designer brands, foreign degrees and luxury holidays, while everyday Nepalese struggle to survive.
अब हेर्नुस् नेपाल सरकार एकदमै अब झुट बोल्नु पर्छ झुट नबोल्दिन म नेपाल एकदमै गरिब देश हो मान्छेले सरकारले तलब खान्छन् 77,000 75,000 अनि विकली मालदिप्स ट्रिप युरोप ट्रिप कहाँबाट आइराछ त हाम्रै ट्याक्स गरेको पैसाबाट अब यदि त्यो ट्याक्स तिरेको पैसा सही ठाउँमा लगानी भएको भए अहिले हामी भत्केको रोडमा हिँड्नु पर्थ्यो त त्यो त्यही भएर करप्सन त भएको छ.
The military has been deployed across Kathmandu and a curfew has been imposed. Still, protesters vow to return. And as for Prime Minister Ali, he says the social media ban is here to stay. For Nepal's youth, this isn't just about YouTube or Instagram. It's a call for accountability and a demand to be heard. Samya Afsar, NDTV World.
Well, the situation on the ground in Nepal continues to remain chaotic and tense. The Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has already resigned from his post, and this comes after 2 days of violent anti-corruption agitations that have been led by Gen Z protesters. 19 people were killed and there were dozens who were injured in these violent clashes yesterday. And we understand now the letter that KP Sharma Oli wrote to the president clearly says that he is resigning with immediate effect from today, and that he's decided to step aside so Nepal could take further steps towards a political solution and resolutions of the problems. Well, this has been a core demand of the protesters. However, we understand at this point in time, the protests haven't stopped yet. Well, we'll get you more from the ground. Let's take a look at this report.
They hate on Gen Z cause we don't vote, but we ain't got a voice. Choice between two of white dudes, is that a choice? Not to say we shouldn't vote, but our options looking so-so. Narcissists backed by the lobbyists, that much is obvious by now. Violence and kill counts, around and find out. Damn, it's getting hot now. Water under the bridge in 10 to 20 years. Gonna be problems for your kids, and their kids might just cease to exist.
Even as the Nepali youth have taken over the parliament and the entire parliament is gutted and burning, historic visuals, very unfortunate visuals really coming in, but there are still attempts at clashes. There is a group of policemen who have been cornered here by the group of violent protesters. You can see they've been cornered completely. They are trying to save their lives here, but they are being stone pelting is happening. The sticks are put on them and they are almost being lynched out here. You can see a group of policemen completely encircled by hundreds of security forces here, even though just meters away there are army personnel who are set up here. So that tells you the kind of chaos that is here outside the Nepal parliament, even as the parliament building itself is completely gutted. A group of policemen are being attacked because of the high-handedness they did yesterday. Their 90s innocent, were died, and of course more than 500 innocent youth were injured as well. You can see these dramatic visuals of police being cornered out here right outside the Nepal parliament and clashes erupting. Tempers really high, even as the clashes between protesters and police continue inside and outside the Nepal parliament.
All right, let's also now listen into what these Gen Z protesters on the ground have to say about the current situation in Nepal.
हमारा देश फेरी उठेगा, हमारा सिर फेरी वो माथी उठेगा और हमारा सिर ये नेपाल का सिर है, संसार का लोग ने देखता है अब ये नेपाली क्या है, नेपाली बहादुर है, नेपाली शक्तिशाली है, नेपाली सब कुछ करना सकता है, ये गुलाम नहीं है।
अब स्टूडेंट को ऐसे तरीके से मारेंगे तो कौन सा देश चलेगा? ये सब बहुत क्रूरल देश जैसा हो गया, क्रूरल शासन हो गया है। ये तो गोली का शासन ऐसा नहीं चलता है, कोई देश में ऐसा नहीं चलता है। ये एशिया में ऐसा कम्युनिस्ट शासन में आता है, इतना छोटे देश में तो कैसे चलेगा? ये कभी भी ऐसा नहीं चल रहा है। हम लोग का डेमोक्रेसी लाया है, इतने आदमी मर मर के डेमोक्रेसी लाया, ये ऐसा डेमोक्रेसी किसको चाहिए? किसी को डेमोक्रेसी ऐसा नहीं चाहिए।
जैसे आप लोग देख रहे हैं आज हमारे नेपाल में संसद भवन ने पूरे जनता ने मिलके, जेन जी ने मिलके आज आग लगा दिया है। कल नेपाल पुलिस ने जितना ज्यादा किया ना, कल कमती में 19 लोगों को, स्टूडेंट को नेपाल पुलिस ने गोली मारा, चुन चुन के गोली मारा उसने। गोली मारने का एक तरीका होता है ना, गोर में मार के उसे घायल कर देने का, पर वैसा नहीं किया उसने सीधा यहाँ पर मारा है, डायरेक्ट वो मर गया है। और ये सरकार ये जो हुआ है ना, ये इतना कुछ ये सोशल बैंडिंग के लेके नहीं हुआ है। हम लोगों को चाहिए यूथ लीडर चाहिए। अब हम लोग परिवर्तन खोज रहे हैं।
Prime Minister has resigned, but that is not enough. The youth over here, they won't be satisfied just by the resignation of Prime Minister. We need Prime Minister to be in front of the people and be sorry for all the killings that he has done yesterday. Our friends, more than 20 friends have been killed, and many of the youths have been injured. They have been shot by bullets on their chest, on their legs, and many body parts. So we need all those corrupt politicians and corrupt politics to be completely extinct. We don't need any of these corrupt politicians here in Nepal.
All right, the situation continues to remain tense, and there are also reports now coming that the former Prime Minister now, KP Oli, could be leaving the country. However, there have been visuals that came in earlier when Oli was seen leaving in a chopper, but what's his location at the moment, nobody really knows. Now, even as the situation continues, the chaos continues to unfold here in Nepal, we are now learning politics has erupted here in India. The opposition has now warned that Nepal-like situation can happen in India also. We have Sanjay Raut now saying that a 75-year-old dictator won't be spared. He is hinting at Prime Minister Modi. The Aam Aadmi Party also has reacted, saying that Indian youth will also awaken. Well, this is the big breaking news coming in amid the uprising in Nepal. We understand politics has also now erupted in India here, even as situation continues to unfold in the neighboring country. The opposition here warning the government, saying that the situation that has been unfolding in Nepal, a similar situation could happen in India also. Well, the Aam Aadmi Party says that it's time for Indian youth to awaken, and that's a possibility also. Sanjay Raut saying that 75-year-old dictator won't be spared. Well, political reactions coming in from the opposition camp at this point in time. Even as we understand, India is keeping an eye on the situation here unfolding in the neighboring country, and the opposition says that now what has happened in Nepal can also happen in India. Well, you have the Aam Aadmi Party, the Sena UBT reacting to the political unrest in Nepal, even comparing the situation with India, saying that the situation in Nepal, what has happened in Nepal, could also happen in India, and it's not too long that it could happen here in our country as well. Sanjay Raut, also of the Sena UBT, has said that it's a 75-year-old dictator who's not going to be spared by the public here. Aam Aadmi Party has also reacted. We have reactions coming in from the BJP also. We'll just go to that in just a bit. My colleague Ishwarya is now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Ishwarya, we understand the situation continues to remain quite volatile in Nepal, but politics now erupting in India, with the opposition comparing the situation in India with Nepal, saying that the day is not far away that a similar situation could happen in India as well.
Well, certainly the leaders which are the part of government, be it from the Bharatiya Janata Party or the NDA, have clearly stated that they are worried about the ongoing situation in Nepal. It's a long relation that India holds with Nepal. A relationship of roti and beti is something that many of the leaders have called in, and they have stated that the situation must calm down very soon, because it's a neighboring country and India holds a lot of interest in our neighboring country, Nepal. But on the other side, it is the opposition parties which have gave some shocking remarks to what has been happening in the country like Nepal. It is the Aam Aadmi Party who first stated that it is the youth which has been awakened. The situation in Nepal has not been deteriorated. It has improved. Is something Saurabh Bharadwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party had stated. In fact, he went on to say that the youth there have overthrown the corrupt government. The youth of Nepal are awakened and they see good things happening on this. In fact, it is Sanjay Raut of the UBT Shiv Sena went on to say that the situation can arise in any country and we should be careful enough. The similar kind of situation can happen in the country. This is a time that every political party should unite when it comes to a relationship with any foreign entity. The MEA have already issued guidelines to Indians not to travel to Nepal at this point in time, but certainly politics, on its peak when such a grave situation is happening
Quite
over there.
shocking, actually. Such statements coming in from the opposition camp here, Ishwarya. Is the opposition really waiting for such a situation to unfold here in India as well? Well, are they really going to, get political advantage by, asking, while cautioning the government or threatening the government over the same, saying that a similar situation could unfold in India? And that is what the government has been saying for far too long, that this is what the opposition really believes in breaking up the country.
Well, that's certainly, opposition parties have to think upon and then later, comment on certain situations which are very, very sensitive in nature. Commenting like, certain situation can arise in India as well. The government should be cautious enough is certainly, at this point in time, a very alarming statements. At this point, we have seen from the NDA, of course, they have stated that India has a long-run relations and the situation should improve. If any, leaders from the country, or of course, Prime Minister at this point in time, who had met only just few weeks back as well, and certain interruptions from the foreign countries can be done to improve the situation over there, is something that could be welcomed. But now it's a kind of politics, kind of statements which are certainly shocking, which have come from the opposition parties, cautioning the government that similar kind of situation can happen in India if, such decisions would be taken in India as well.
Thank you so much, Ishwarya, for getting us those details there. We'll come back to you later as more comes in. Meanwhile, this is the big breaking news coming in at this point in time. Shifting our focus now to some more breaking news that we are learning of. Ramchandra Paudel has resigned from the post of President of Nepal. This comes after the Prime Minister of Nepal, KP Oli, had tendered his resignation, and his resignation was accepted by the President of Nepal. And we understand now Ramchandra Paudel has also now resigned from his post as the President. My colleague Ghazali joins us on the broadcast here. Ghazali, big update now coming in. The President has also resigned.
Yes, President of Nepal, Mr. Ramchandra Paudel, has also resigned from his post, and it seems that the pressure from the protesters has led to the entire overhaul of the government. Before him, Prime Minister Oli resigned, then his multiple cabinet ministers had also put in their resignations, and now we have President also stepping down. So it seems that perhaps this could lead to a better negotiation between the protesters and whosoever takes the charge from the government side, and it is very likely that the army will be taking the control of the situation right now.
All right, this is the big breaking news coming in, and speculations also arrived that the army could take over the reins of the country. However, we understand protesters have been pushing for a name, Ghazali, and asking for Mr. Balain to be appointed as the interim Prime Minister, but most likely, as you're saying, that it's the army that's going to hold the reins.
There is very likelihood and indication that maybe the Kathmandu mayor will be somebody who would be the frontal face for the negotiations. But as of now, it is not very clear that who will be negotiating with whom, because army is something, an institution which can control the chaos right now. Army is something which can bring normalcy on the street at least and control the violence. Then only we can move to the second phase of negotiations and to see that how to proceed from here, whether there will be an interim government in place, an interim leader who will be appointed to oversee the affairs of Nepal until next elections are held, like what we saw back in Bangladesh.
Thank you so much, Ghazali. for getting us those details. We also have Mr. Balakrishna joining us from Nepal. He's a senior journalist joining with us on the broadcast here. Mr. Balakrishna, what can you tell us about the prevailing situation here in your country? We understand the situation is still, the violence has not subsided yet.
The situation is still precarious, I would say. People are still, youths are still on the road. They are protesting. I just got back my home from the road. They were just, protesting in one of the major places in Kathmandu, Protestors, and they stopped me from filming it and those kind of things. So now they are turning in different way, which is not good. I think it's right time that because Prime Minister has already resigned and everything is under control, even army and everyone, they have declared that they are ready for political dialogue. So it's better that the protesters, they go with demands and they solve this situation, because a lot has happened in just less than 24 hours. What started yesterday, now it was unimaginable yesterday, and what happened today is completely no one has ever thought. So I think it's time that people should, go and resolve this through political dialogue, because it's there is no any kind of, it will not lead anywhere to just, any kind of. There is no any other kind of outcome I see. So it's better that they sit and they talk and they resolve through this political dialogue now. And army and people, they have already called for it. So it's better that even the leaders that they are calling on, Balendra Saha, popular mayor in Nepal, he has also issued his Facebook post and requested that to calm down and get back home and solve the situation. So it's right time that they resolve this issue now.
Okay, but we understand, that could take a brief while. At the moment, any information about where the political leaders could be? We've seen visuals coming in of many of them being thrashed, beaten up on the streets, inside their homes as well. KP Oli also, there have been reports, could be leaving the country, but the airport is also shut at the moment.
Yeah, so they are still looking for leaders across Kathmandu Valley. Some of them have been beaten very brutally, badly. There are several videos and footage. Even former Prime Minister, the President of Nepali Congress, and Foreign Minister Arju Rana Deva, they all have been, treated very badly and attacked. But they are still in mood, and their mind still looks like they are looking for leaders and calling on them. And people, they must be hiding in safe place. Otherwise, we don't have, and people, they don't have clue that what's going to happen to them, because a lot has been already witnessed that what they have gone through. Absolutely. So they are hiding maybe in some safe places, but no one knows where are they.
So army is likely to take over then?
I don't think so. I think that wouldn't be the situation in my opinion, because it was a protest led by Gengers and youth, and people are calling upon youth only to take the lead. And there will be discussion, there will be dialogue, and through that there will be certain situation. But in my observation, I don't see any chance that army would come and take the leadership in everything.
Okay. Mr. Balakrishna Saha, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV and sharing all those details there. Well, we have latest visuals now coming in from Kathmandu at the moment, where the situation continues to remain tense on the ground. Well, these are visuals coming in of violence that was reported in Kathmandu in Nepal. Well, the situation is still chaotic on the ground. However, we'll try and get a confirmation as to what's really happening. We've been trying to get more details. All right, those visuals coming in of smoke coming out of some buildings here. Infrastructure, of course, is damaged in many parts of Nepal, and still there are many people, protesters being seen on the ground, houses also burning where many government officials' residences have also been set ablaze by these protesters here. And now you have smoke billowing out of many of these buildings, as you see several buildings here in Nepal, which have been set ablaze by these protesters. Protesters going on their motorbikes and celebrations also taking place after we understand KP Sharma Oli was forced to resign from his post as the Prime Minister. Latest visuals coming in at the moment of the army also, we understand, keeping an eye on the situation here. However, after KP Sharma Oli's resignation, it was believed that the situation would come under control. But it looks like there is still unrest in the country, in Nepal, as the situation continues to remain volatile. What is it that will take for these protesters to calm down and for the situation to come under control? That of course remains to be seen, but we also understand celebrations have taken place as well on the streets of Kathmandu after KP Sharma Oli's resignation. Not just the Prime Minister, but the President of Nepal has also resigned from his post. As per latest information coming in, Gen Z protesters have also been pushing for Kathmandu Mayor Balendra Shah as the interim Prime Minister of Nepal. But will their demand be met? That, of course, remains to be seen. Now, we've also spoken to former Miss Nepal, Sarisha Shrestha. Let's listen into what she has to say.
We're now joined by Sarisha Shrestha, who is Miss Nepal 2022 from Kathmandu. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Sarisha. If you could quickly tell us what is it that you're hearing, what is happening, and tell us more about why the youth of Nepal are so angry.
Thank you so much for reaching out, NDTV, first of all. And I'm so glad that my video reached out to the international media and we could get some attention in this urgent matter, because a lot of chaotic situation is happening in the country right now. Yesterday, there was a very peaceful protest by the Gen Z in order to restore peace in the country against corruption. It was not an anti-social media ban protest, but rather an anti-corruption movement that was led by the Gen Z. And there were many students involved, but they were shot dead. More than 18 people lost their lives across the country. A lot of people were injured. Even the hospitals and residencies were stormed into and they were attacked. And right now I am in the area of Baneshwar Maitighar, where the major protests are happening. I'm here right now to get a good connectivity. So I'm a little away from the protest. I was there in the protest near the parliamentary building in the grounds since the morning. And there is a lot of chaos happening. The youths are really riled up, and the parliament is right now. There's fire going on. We're also hearing news that the ministers are fleeing away while the youths are on the streets just asking for their rights for a peaceful and better tomorrow.
That's right, Sarisha, and we've heard some of the protesters speaking to our reporters saying that this is not to do with the social media ban. I think there's some amount of resentment that is how it was portrayed, that this is to do with corruption. We've also seen that ministers' houses have been set on fire. Prime Minister's private residence has also been set on fire.
Yes, absolutely. This is an anti-corruption movement led by the Gen Z. I'd like to repeat that this is not regarding the social media ban. Yes, of course, it is there a little bit in the agenda, but the whole point is about the corruption, because people are frustrated with the systemic issues going on in the country, the oppression that has been going on from the government side, because this is going on for a lot of time. And with the social media ban, it was just the last straw which led to this, the ignition of this fire, and the youths had to come out because it was an oppression of our voices and choices as well. So this has been going on for a lot of time: corruption, nepotism, gatekeeping everywhere, and this was a voice against all of that.
That's right. Sarisha, now if the government wants to have a dialogue, who is the leadership? It's called the Gen Z protest, it's called the Gen Z, movement that is being led. But do you have any leaders there if the government wanted to have some sort of dialogue?
So this is supposed to be a faceless and a leadership movement led by all the youths of the country, and we don't have a particular leader in action, but a lot of people are urging our mayor of Kathmandu Metropolitan City, Balan Shah, to take the lead in this matter, and all the other youth activists and youth leaders to come forward in that matter. We just don't want the same corrupted politicians in the sphere again. We want the new youth energy.
All right, and yesterday we saw, the violence and clashes. 19 people were killed yesterday in that violence, yes. and that has triggered today's protest as well. If the Prime Minister has called for an all-party meeting, but really, what do you see as the way out? How can both sides, how can things calm down? Because one doesn't want more people to lose their lives.
Absolutely. I think from our side, from the youth, we tried our best to keep it at till the level of peaceful demonstrations. Everything was going on well until some riots happened, and then the police decided to really take strong actions, which was completely against the international human rights, because shooting students dressed in their school uniforms, shooting even minors, this is completely not tolerable. And that is the reason why even when curfews have been imposed throughout the nation, people are coming out in the streets fearless, and they are battling for their rights right now.
Right. The Prime Minister said yesterday that some vested, interests, some vested groups had infiltrated the protest. Yesterday, we saw a message from the handle of the Gen Z protest also saying that other people may have come into the protest. What is your comment on that? Are there fears that perhaps opposition, those who are opposed to the government, not just the youth, but other vested interests are using this as an opportunity to topple the government?
Well, most likely this could have been the case where there might have been infiltration by the political parties as well for their interest. But that doesn't justify the actions that were taken yesterday. We highly condemn violence, that 2 killings of minors, as I've already mentioned. So regardless of whatever infiltration was done, whatever was done, I think the government could have chosen some other ways to control the scenario yesterday.
So are you saying that, yes, there was some sort of, other interest groups infiltrating the protests of the youth?
Well, I'm not very aware about that, because till the time I was here in the protest, everything was going on very smoothly. And the main parliamentary area there were some issues going on in that area where we were a little far away from the area, but we heard that the bullets were being fired. We heard that, there's going to be a curfew, and we had to leave the place because we were really scared. We all were scared at that moment. There's a panic going on. So I'm not very sure and not very aware if there was any political infiltrations, but that I would still stand by it, that does not justify any sort of actions that were taken yesterday, because it was brutal and inhumane.
That's right. Sarisha, you said there's no leadership of this Gen Z protest. How are you organizing yourself, if you could tell us?
So this is actually being organized all together by the youth groups. People are coming together in social media. We all are coming together. We're raising our voices. We're just organizing. Okay, let's meet here. Let's do a peaceful demonstration. So it's all led by youths. We never intended to make this, about promoting a certain individual, promoting a certain party or whatsoever, because this has to be a faceless, a leaderless movement is what we believed, because our motive is for the greater good of the country.
Right, very, very idealistic. Yes, of course, at some point, perhaps some leadership has to emerge. As you said, perhaps the mayor of Kathmandu could possibly fill in that, gap, that vacuum that is there. Quickly, if you could once again tell, viewers who are watching you right now, what this protest is all about. It was building up for a while. There was a social media trend about Nepo kids, and there was a lot of anger over misgovernance, corruption, authoritarianism.
Yes, absolutely. I'd like to repeat this once again. This was a completely a movement against the corruption that has been going on in the country for quite some time now. The systemic oppression, the corruption, nepotism, gatekeeping that has been going on. And this was the last straw with the social media ban, with the oppression of our voices, and the Nepo kids trend that took on in the social media. That was the reason that this aggravated so much. But this is a frustration, not just of one generation, but I believe all the generations. And it was just the Gen Z standing up and feeling that now the youth should actually be doing something for the country. Yeah.
All right, shifting our focus now, there's some big breaking news that's coming in at the moment. Prime Minister Modi visited Punjab today as he reviewed the flood situation in the state and has now announced a financial assistance of 1,600 crore rupees for Punjab, in addition to the 12,000 crore rupees already in the state's kitty. There is also going to be advance release of the second installment of SDRF and PM Kisan Samman Nidhi. Well, this is the big breaking news that's coming in at the moment. Prime Minister Modi had visited Gurdaspur today in Punjab, after which taking stock of...
Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the most awaited moment of the day as India's Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister of India, has steered the nation's economy through unprecedented global challenges with resolve and vision. Under her leadership, GST has not only stabilized as one of the most transformative tax reforms in our history, but is now evolving into GST 2.0, a more simplified, technology-driven, and forward-looking framework that strengthens compliance, empowers business, and benefits consumers alike. It is only fitting, then, that she leads this special conversation, the Town Hall on Reforms for a Resurgent India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Honorable Finance Minister of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman. She will be in conversation with NDTV's Editor-in-Chief and CEO, Rahul Kanwal.
Hello and welcome to the NDTV GST Conclave. It's now time for the moment you've all been waiting for. On the hot seat, ladies and gentlemen, arguably the second most popular person in our country right now. I say second only because I'm leaving the Prime Minister and her boss above her. Can we have a warm round of applause as we welcome to the NDTV GST Conclave, India's Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman. Ma'am, welcome. This is the NDTV GST Conclave, and we've got people cutting across industry sectors and many of the Aam Aadmi itching and waiting. And I have a list of people waiting to ask you questions that extends beyond the number of chairs in this room. So thank you so much for taking out time. Industry, market watchers, economists, pundits, they all wait, Madam Finance Minister, for what is described as Big Bang reform. And that always often seems an endless wait. And then suddenly, almost without adequate warning and quite unexpectedly, reform which seemed very difficult to deliver because consensus was extremely difficult to achieve is delivered. It's there on the plate. Everyone's celebrating. This is being called a second Deepavali, which is what the Prime Minister wanted as well. And people are wondering, how did we do it? Is it a crisis that prompts massive reform in a country like India, that's just when everybody rallies to try and deliver? It happened at the time of Dr. Manmohan Singh. It's happened now. Big Bang reform, does it only get delivered when there are massive headwinds staring at us? Ma'am, welcome. That's your mic. And can we have a round of applause before the Finance Minister answers the question? Thank you.
Well, this one was in the making for almost 1.5 years. You had an election in between, and then soon after Prime Minister took charge for the third time, he did call me once and asked me if I'm working on GST. I said, yes, I've started. And that was much before the last GST Council meeting, which was held in Rajasthan. And once again, I suppose, when we were preparing the budget this time, when the major announcement about income tax happened, even then he sort of once reminded me, saying, are you doing something on GST? Yes, I assured him even then. Then it was around May when I thought I had a worthy pack of reform measures that I could go to the PM and sort of brief him about it, saying this is what I have got as a major proposal, and the way in which it can work is that the center can give it as a proposal to the council itself. So that's how it happened. So it wasn't as if the crisis was on us because of the tariff measures, but this has been some time in the works.
Ma'am, the last time you delivered something which was quite as emphatic and brought India closer to global benchmarks is when you dramatically reduced the corporate tax rates in the country. And at that time, it didn't quite pan out the way you would have imagined for factors completely beyond your control. There was COVID, industry investment didn't quite take off in the way that you'd calculated. How confident are you that this time round, the estimates or the hope that you have with the reduction in GST rates will actually get passed on to consumers and lead to a virtuous cycle of consumption which ultimately spurs the growth rate of the Indian economy, madam?
I'm very confident. And I say this because I have complete trust on our industry and on our traders. Because I think people know, because after all, industry or traders themselves are consumers as well. So when they know that across the board, rates have been brought down, and I've said this several times before, the guiding principles were for me looking at those which are daily consumption items for all Indian citizens, particularly for the middle class and the poor people, and then that which is aspirational items for the middle class, looking at farmers for their inputs, MSMEs because they are going to have to drive this Indian economy. Already they are about 40% in the engineering sector and so on. So we have looked at all these, I've mentioned 4, the 5th being those which are very critical for the Indian economy at large. So these 5 filters were the one with which I looked at rate rationalization. So I am of the impression that 140 crore Indians will have one or the other thing touching them from 22nd September, where they will see that the government's taxation reduction has come through. Government meaning the GST councils. So I'm very confident because if it touches 140 crore people and it is not one section here, one section there, the persons who have got to pass the tax forward to the consumer are all consumers themselves in the first place. So it will have to get transferred.
At the NDTV GST conclave, we had the Finance Minister of Punjab, we had the Finance Minister of Jharkhand. They were engaging with ministers from the BJP ruled states, and their argument was that their apprehension is that this impacts the compensation that they get. And as was the argument when the GST reform was brought in the first instance, they're hoping that the government can do more than you've said at the moment in terms of ensuring that the revenue that accrues to the states does not go down on account of the reforms that you've brought.
You're right in a way, but I would like to rephrase what you've said, just so that there's clarity. The first thing I did after coming out of this very crucial council meeting was to thank every one of the ministers who came from various different parties, various different states and so on, because but for everybody consenting, this wouldn't have come
Was
through.
it an acrimonious meeting, lots of dishum or not really?
No, not at all acrimonious. But of course there were rounds and rounds of putting everyone's views forward, and the council is quite used to that kind of a discussion going around in circles and not moving forward, but sometimes it does move forward. So that's one thing. But let's have some fundamental facts in our mind. The union's proposal going to this council was not opposed by anybody. And this they said even before coming to the GST council. They said, we are in favor of the rate rationalization. This is a people-friendly proposal. This will affect positively all citizens of the country. To be fair to them, they all agreed on that. And where is the difference then? The difference is when they started speaking about what if my revenues go down? Who's going to give a protection? That's where the differences lie. So let's understand, to be fair to everybody, they were in favor of the proposal. They wanted people to get the benefit of rate reduction. That is one. Second, I've told you the differences as regards revenue. The third one is about the question or the way in which you put the question forward. They were worried about the compensation. There's no compensation now from 2022. No compensation is there. The cess in the name of compensation, cess that is getting collected, is going to repay the loan that was taken during COVID. So compensation to the states has already stopped as of June 30th, 2022. So compensation loss is not the issue. Revenue coming down is the issue, on which difference of opinion prevailed. And in that, my view was, and also some of the commentators outside were suggesting that states' revenues will come down. I would like to do a correction using this platform. In the GST Council, all of us are there together. I'm not a donor and states are not donees. We are sitting there saying we'll have to collect the GST, and the better efficient collection results in good collection totally, and therefore all of us can benefit from it. But if the collections come down, all our efficiencies will have to be improved so that evasions are controlled and we actually collect everything that we need to collect. It's not as if the center is sitting there with a huge big suitcase next to me that I can give money if the GST is not efficient in its collection. I'm equally the person who's going, or the center is equally going to lose revenue if the states are losing revenue. So in general, my approach is this GST Council and the nature of the council will have to be understood by everybody. Center versus state is not the point. All of us are together in it, and if states lose, I also lose, all of us will have to devise a way to improve collection.
One of NDTV's most iconic shows was We the People, and the idea really is to get we the people to ask questions to those in power. So I'll turn this now into a town hall format. We've got many doyens of Indian industry. We've got lots of people across sectors here as well. And I'll start with Rajiv Memani, Chief of Ernst & Young in India, President this year of the CII, Confederation of Indian Industry. We'll get him to ask the first question. We've got many stars of Indian television and business journalism here. They'll be asking questions as well. Ma'am hasn't asked even once, what question will you ask me? And I have no idea what people are going to ask either. So do applaud the Finance Minister for that as well. Thank you, ma'am. Here, Rajiv ji.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Reduction in corporate tax rate, reduction in personal tax, modification of the new Income Tax Act, and this one probably the most transformational. So I do want, India today has got one of the most competitive tax regimes as compared to most countries which have similar economic activity. So on behalf of industry, first let me just thank you profusely for making this happen. I think this is really it really reposes the faith, as you rightly said, on industry and also the trust that you have put in. And the beauty of this is, ma'am, at least the way I see it, is it's not just rate reduction, but the clarity with which you have brought two rates, the structural reforms that have been done, and the speed which it has come and the way you have rolled it out is
you
really
seem
fantastic.
Quite surprised with the speed, Mr. Memani.
I think everyone is surprised, everyone, because this touches so many things. So I'm sure a lot of work would have done, because every one product rolls into the other product.
What else would you like to see happen with such speed?
No, so let me first finish. And ma'am, you've not. I have two questions before Rahul interrupts me or needles me. The first one is, you've not brought in the anti-profiteering clause, at least not till now. And you did mention that you have a lot of faith in industry. I would really want you to articulate, if you can, what you would want from industry. This is a great platform, and I think it'll be great to get your perspective on that. The second is, as compensation cess gradually phases out, did you want to time this around the fact that when compensation cess is also phasing out, so that at least the impact on states will be much lesser, because the amount of compensation cess that was being collected was not going to states. It was mainly center using that money to repay the loans. And to some extent, where the rates haven't moved back, that money will now be available for distribution to states as well. So I just wanted to ask you that question.
On the compensation, I want a bit of a clarity. Is it timed with the compensation? Yeah, somewhat. Are you timing it around the compensation cess? Yes and no. Yes, because June 30th, 2022, compensation collection for the purpose of compensating the states ended. It had to be extended because in 2020 and partly 21, we couldn't give the states the compensation because we couldn't collect enough revenue, we had to borrow, and in order to pay the borrowing back, we had to extend the collection. Now, at least in 2 GST council meetings earlier, we had already said that, first of all, extension was till 31st March 2026, by which time it was assessed that we would be able to repay the loan. Now, sometime 2 GST councils before Rajasthan itself, we had said GST collection for the sake of paying back loan would probably earlier than March 2026. Subsequent to Rajasthan, our assessment gave us the feeling that probably we'll end it this calendar year itself and not wait till 2026. And therefore, if this calendar year we collect as much as we need to repay the loan, we had no business to collect it even one day after that. So we needed to get the clearance from the council that post repaying the cess, what do we do? Which means that is why you had a GOM looking at it, and also then the rate rationalization GOM was also working. To the limited purpose of decision on the compensation cess, the GOM on compensation cess decided, but what to do about the money which was collected in the name of cess? Would it be replowed? Would it be reapplied? All that was to become a part of the rate rationalization GOM. So that decision was put to the GOM looking at rate rationalization. So that is why it had to be time somewhere to keep in mind that by the time the GST compensation cess comes to an end, we should know what happens to those items on which the cess was being levied. Therefore, we had to keep it somewhere closer to this date.
Okay, we'll take more questions. I've got Dr. Naresh Trehan here, one of India's most iconic, well-known doctors. Doc, your question for the Finance Minister.
So first of all, Honorable Finance Minister, I can only echo a big thank for the public in accessing healthcare by your very bold move.
Thank you.
So the question basically is right now that we have benefited majorly from the GST on insurance premiums going, because that made it very expensive for people on top of what was already their cost. So affordability for insurance will definitely increase, and more people we are expecting to come in the insured net. Second, you have taken away the GST on life-saving drugs, and also generally on pharmaceuticals, there's been reduced from 12 to 18% to 5%. So this is a big help in the sense it will reduce our cost of acquisition, and then we should be able to pass it on to the patient and the families. The third thing is that it also helps us to create more hospitals and the employment that we do is about 5 to 6 persons or healthcare workers per bed that we create. We need 1.8 million more beds in the next 10 to 15 years for India. So it can essentially create jobs for 10 to 15 million people as we move forward. So all this will help us to move forward. What I can request for the future is in your GST reform 3.0, that we still don't get a set-off on the GST that we pay, unlike most other sectors. That has been a long-standing request to you, that maybe you can look at it. You've already done enough, but maybe in a subsequent move, if that is, we can get the set off, it'll help us to even keep the cost under control. As it is, the cost of healthcare delivery in India, comparable to the rest of the world, or even better in some cases, is 1/10 to 1/5 of what the world can offer. So we are in good shape as far as our delivery system is concerned. Whatever help comes your way should be passed on to the public so that more and more people can access us. Thank you very much for this whole thing, and my request stays pending. Thank you.
Quite literally, Doc ka dil mange more.
Diagnostic equipments have also come down.
I understand. Okay, so I've got Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General at CII. He'll ask the next question. I have a question for you, CB, as you ask your question to the Finance Minister, which is essentially this. The fact that when Madam Finance Minister made the big reduction in corporate taxation, one of the hopes you had and others had, what this would lead to a capex cycle, that investments would happen, and frankly, for various reasons which have been discussed ad nauseum, it didn't happen. How are you working with India Inc. and all the companies you constantly talk to towards ensuring what the Finance Minister has been saying constantly, that starting the 22nd of September itself, the entire benefit should be passed on? Because yes, prices are rising, there is inflation, input costs are going up. So how do you ensure that companies don't say a part of it needs to be offset against our own input prices, and therefore we can't pass it all on to the customer? So first respond to my question, and then your question to the Finance Minister.
First, I will want to also join in congratulating the Honorable Finance Minister for GST 2.0, ma'am. Thank you very much. To respond to Rahul, ma'am, you know that industry has pledged, even in the panels preceding this important session, industry after industry, sectors after sectors were pledging that it would benefit the industry if they pass it on to the consumer. And as you also said a little while ago, that every industry is also a consumer. So we see that happening. We see that happening definitely, Rahul. And of course, institutions like ours will have to play a vital role in seeing that the benefits are passed down to the consumer. Ma'am, having said that, GST 2.0 is being celebrated. You also talked about how you did it. Easy it was, 8 years, and we have done it once again. You didn't talk about what difficulties you faced. And is it that there were no difficulties? What went on in those closed rooms?
Because we had a very acrimonious debate on the stage between the finance ministers, and yet so quickly on day one itself, you came out and said it's all done. There was that late evening press conference. There was talk in Delhi, I'm sure Mr. Banerjee and Rajiv and everybody heard that this could go over to a third day, because initially the apprehension was that consensus would be difficult to find.
So something which is not yet in the public domain, ma'am, in terms of the difficulties and the navigations that you had to do to make this really happen, it wouldn't have been so easy.
No, I think to be fair to the finance ministers, they were all on board about the rate rationalization and the entire package which the union government gave. At no point in time there was acrimony. But certainly the states were repeating the argument, and some of them more than 2 times, let us say, about what happens when our revenue goes down. So once it was clear that all of us are on the same page about the proposal per se, there was no need on that score to talk anymore. But on the question of revenues going down, who's going to fill it all up and all that, I said I'm willing to sit the next day, because anyway, it was scheduled, the council meeting was scheduled for 2 days. But I think gradually people realized that citizens are waiting to hear that the council has come out saying, yes, we agree for the rate reduction, and issues of how revenue dipping should be taken care of are not that which the people are waiting for. I mean, this was not said in so many words, but it could be sensed in the House. So to be fair to the state's finance ministers, having said their piece more than once, even those states who thought this will result in a dip in their revenue, as much as I kept saying my revenue also would dip, I think they all saw the point and agreed.
Nobody wants to stand in the way of giving a benefit to the Aam Aadmi, and therefore...
That's right. So everyone came around. So
it's all about votes at the
That's
end.
how
As much as it is about the economy, it's about votes. So there's a lot of talk, Madam Finance Minister, about whether this spurs consumption and whether it spurs just behaviorally consumers going out and buying more. So I've got Peruz Kambata, he runs Rasna. Does this get people to buy? You would naturally hope more Rasna, but do you have like a arithmetic conversion for this because of the reduction in GST across different categories? How do you see this impact India's consumption story, which over several quarters hasn't been quite as inspiring as the Finance Minister and everyone else would like it to be?
First, I would also like in thanking you, because what you have done for the food sector is unimaginable. You actually brought the whole food sector at 5%. And all the earlier issues of classification are gone with one stroke, and nobody was expecting. I was expecting lot P to be the 18, forget 40, everything is in the 5. And the direct benefit is not only to the consumer. Consumer obviously is going to benefit because we have pledged, I pledged in the earlier session, we are going to give more than the benefit. Because I'll tell you why we want to give.
How will you give more than the benefit?
Because as it is, we are always looking at giving better to the consumer in terms of values. And I do believe that this is going to have a ripple effect on the economy. Prices are going to come down. As it is, I'm seeing some prices going down. So coupled with that, and the fact that we also would like to rationalize our retail margins and the benefit of the taxes GST on the retail margins, if you calculate, it will be slightly better we will be able to give than what has come to us. So this is my personal belief. Having said that, I think the major benefit is not to that. The major benefit is to the farmer back, because we buy at a better price from the farmer gets a better price, and the farmer himself is the consumer. And the farmer consumes more the same product. So I think it's the whole circle which I want to see. And the best benefit will come in the agri and the food and the dairy sector. So I would like to thank you very much for the same.
What's your question, sir?
And as regards questions, my question is more towards the need for, I somehow believe that the major the thing now we have to move is into procedural issues. And I still believe that everything goes to a court. And I still believe that we need an alternate dispute ADR mechanism at the ground level. And why I'm saying it is important is
you like reduce GST procedures.
Yes,
in terms
I think now see,
so you want to speak a bit about that also?
So I do believe that ADR and procedure is something, of course, this GST2 does take care of it to an extent, but I think this is something now when you have done so much for taxes, I want something to be more done on this. And one thing is,
if you keep
on
questions
old cases,
shorter,
on ADR, we are talking of the old cases. That old cases, legacy cases, if we can find a quicker samadhan, procedure ADR is my question, how will you go to it?
Okay.
That's okay. I've heard him.
She's saying this is good feedback in any case, and therefore now we have to see what we can do to try and reduce procedures. We've got the man who runs Amul, Jayan Mehta, is here. Can I get Mr. Mehta to ask the next question? Just keep your questions short so we can take as many questions as possible. Go for it, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All our lives we heard one very important quote or a phrase. The only thing certain in life is death and taxes. I'm now worried for the 1.5 billion Indians, because taxes definitely are now out of the picture. Direct tax and the indirect tax, both you have simplified so much. And hearing Dr. Trehan, our life is also in safe hands. On behalf of all the milk producers of the country, and there are as many as 80 million farmers associated with dairy in this country, we thank you and the Honorable Prime Minister for this wonderful initiative. As Piruz told, it is definitely going to help all the milk producers, and particularly, ma'am, all the consumers are primarily the women. So through your hands, this decision, which is helping women milk producers and women consumers, is going to be a landmark decision. Usually, this is not the time I would have asked any question, because aapne sab kuch de diya hai. But since these marks for class participation, I may just make a small request.
Blame me. Yes, go on.
Ma'am, milk is the largest agricultural crop of India. But the income from milk is not exempt from taxation. So as India moves towards White Revolution 2.0, more and more women are actually putting their efforts into increasing the milk production. If their incomes are going above the 12 lakh slab that you announced this year, it would really benefit if you are able to actually treat milk now as an agricultural crop, and with your wisdom, benefit large number of women milk producers in the coming decades. Thank you so much.
Ma'am is taking some of this just as feedback, because you can't possibly expect her to make tax policy on including or excluding new items. I saw Sanjeev Bikhchandani, and there's a lot of talk about the impact this has potentially on employment, jobs. So from your lens, Sanjeev, and given everything that you've done, Your question to the finance minister and whether you see a reduction in GST rates potentially having a ripple effect on job creation and employment.
No, I think anything that simplifies and makes it less complex is great. It makes it easier to do business. And therefore, this simplification of slabs is great. I think anything that reduces costs, whether input costs or for the consumer, is great because that will give a boost to demand and therefore growth. And as the companies grow, they'll employ more people. I've spoken to several startups in the last 2 days. The only thing they told me was that, yaar, हमारा output पे tax कम हो गया, but input पे तो उतना ही है, तो I now have to apply for input tax credit, refund. And that may have complexities you don't know about. So they're still grappling with that.
Okay. Ma'am, there are two trends that are playing out parallelly at this time. You've got some impetus in the economy on account of the GST rate cuts that you've delivered. And then there is the headwind that plays itself out around American President Donald Trump and the tariff wave that he's sending towards India. And the economy, as you know well, is so much about animal spirits and how people feel, certainty, predictability, investment cycles. Do you think some of the cheer that you're trying to spread around Diwali is frankly just getting negated by factors so far across which you can't control and completely unpredictable in terms of when they get resolved, how they get resolved, and if they get resolved?
See, the GST reform was not triggered by the tariff. As I said, it was in the making. One. Second, the US tariff hits those exporters who export to many countries in the world and also to the US. Surely, I'm not undermining the impact of a 50% tariff, but it hits exporters who are exposed to the US, who have a market access and who export to US. In fact, I've been saying that many of these exporters were getting hit by the 50% tariff. Government is doing some kind of a work to get something so that we can, support them in some form or the other. But the inputs to making that policy or a scheme or designing a scheme will also depend on those hit by the 50% tariff and telling us to what extent they are exposed and what is the actual loss or damage because of the 50%. So by industry, first of all, we need to have an assessment of those who are exporting to the US and to what extent of their total exports and what is the hit. That is
when
also
do you hope
some
to have this package ready?
That will be a vital input for making the package. But even otherwise, some inputs have been coming and government is working.
But it's not just about companies exporting to the United States. So you're also trying so hard to attract foreign direct investment into India. And as companies look at setting manufacturing bases up, and so many were thinking about it, work was in the pipeline. Now when the American president holds this tariff sword over their heads, are you concerned that this potentially jeopardizes, impacts the prospects of long-term foreign direct investment coming into the India story? Because I don't want to take any one company and single that out, but so many companies may have scaled up their manufacturing in India in the hope of exporting to the US and elsewhere. Now they wonder, hey, just let's wait it out. Let's see what happens.
We will, that possibility exists, but from our side, we are keeping all the doors open, if I can use that expression. The diplomatic teams are engaging with the US. The trade negotiations can still go on. So we don't, from our side, we are not making anything difficult for others, one. And second, FDI has also come through various other routes. They come through investment, wealth funds, sovereign wealth funds. They also come through various other destinations from where funds are managed. So I'm not saying this is not going to have a bearing. It will have a bearing, but we are trying to offset it. We are not engaging with other countries, other FDI sources. So work is on, I can assure that much.
Okay. We'll take some questions from the NDTV team as well. I've got Vasudha Venugopal. She's the editor for politics at NDTV. She'll take the next question. Go for it, Vasudha.
Thank you, Rahul. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you a political question and about a state that we both come from, Tamil Nadu. You were in Tamil Nadu recently, and I want to understand from you, what are the prospects of the BJP-AIDMK alliance? And considering that there have been voices from the AIDMK, Sengotian specifically, do you see that impacting the prospects of the AIDMK-BJP alliance?
Well, post the Lok Sabha election, BJP has been very keen to get back its NDA alliance to strength. And therefore, every effort was made to get all the allies back. And there is one clear unanimity among all members of the NDA alliance, and to a large extent the people of Tamil Nadu, that DMK should not come back to power in 26. Why is that unanimity? Because of the extent to which things are going on in Tamil Nadu about not just the liquor policy, but also the drugs which have gotten into the society. Tamil Nadu has never seen this kind of a situation. And above all, it is also very clear that even the DMK is far removed from its own ideology. If you want to believe that its own ideology was social justice, which is what they normally say, we are building a society which is going to have social, equanimity. Everybody is going to be equal, and people are not going to be treated up and down or higher or lower and so on. Tamil Nadu has seen one of the highest of honor killings. Villages which are dominated by scheduled castes, for instance, have had unbelievable crime. If I can tell you here that in one particular village, where SCs are the majority, from the drinking water source from where they take their domestic, for use in their homes, that was polluted with human excreta. And the government has not even till today taken concrete action against those who have done that. Similarly, in another one village, I think it's called Kallakurchi, spurious liquor has killed women and adults in the village. You don't have one solid action. They may say, yeah, we filed an FIR, we've done this. But concrete action is missing. And similar to what happened in that RG Kar college, medical hospital come college. Tamil Nadu, Anna University had a similar attack on a woman student. And it so happens that the culprit was so closely associated with the first family ruling Tamil Nadu. So today there is near unanimity among people, among political parties. You may be in an alliance or you may be out of it. Clear understanding that another 5 years for Tamil Nadu with DMK is going to make the state go backwards. So that unanimity among the NDA members is also recognized, and all of us have come together on that score. I don't want to comment on the internal disturbances or whatever you may call of the ADMK. I'm sure they will resolve it for themselves.
Okay, I'll go to Tamanna Inamdar. She's the managing editor at NDTV Profit, and she's tracking the stock markets very closely. So Tamanna, here you go.
Ma'am, since we've started with the queue of the stock markets, I think the big question right now is why are stock markets not responding maybe with full fervor as they should to the GST cuts? They have been larger than expected across more areas than expected. There are many theories, but I wanted to know if you had any thoughts on this. Because if you look at the triple whammy of good news, income tax cuts, 7.8% on GDP, take that those who say dead economy, and then you have these GST cuts. Markets should be cheering. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, I think markets always react to so many different other factors as well. The global uncertainty is definitely dominating, and therefore we'll have to see. But I thought today, for instance, the market has actually done well. So,
Does it play on your mind when you're at work or once you're at home? the way markets are responding and the impact you would expect your announcement would have on the stock market versus what's actually happening?
No, I do observe the market, but I don't think I can measure the reforms based on the performance of the market. I would want the reforms to go down well within the country with our citizens. Markets are within the country, no doubt, but I would rather have that gain ground. So I watch the markets, but I don't think I'm very worried about immediate reaction from the market on these.
Does it lift or sink your mood? Just I'm psychologically kind of wondering.
On market-related matters, Rahul, no question will get any better answer from me.
That's true. Okay. As I said, your level of if this was appraisal cycle in corporate India, ma'am would have like rockstar appraisals because the popularity in a 360 appraisal would be extremely high. So Akhilesh Sharma has the next question. Go for it, Akhilesh.
नमस्ते मैम, अभी हम जब बात कर रहे हैं तो उपराष्ट्रपति चुनाव के लिए वोटों की गिनती हो रही है और जैसे आप जानती हैं कि अभी तक भारत को कभी कोई महिला उपराष्ट्रपति नहीं मिली। एक दूसरा चुनाव है जो बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष का है, काफ़ी लंबे समय से पेंडिंग है। बीजेपी को भी अभी तक कोई महिला अध्यक्ष नहीं मिली है। क्या ये समय आ गया कि बीजेपी कोई महिला अध्यक्ष मिले?
That's the trickiest question that's come. Yes, ma'am. Would you like to be the new BJP president?
Whoever becomes the president of BJP, all of us will work under her or him. We are happy with that.
Do you think it is time that the BJP have a woman president?
You know, I like the media which goes on asking about us, you know, is it time for BJP? Is it time for the BJP to do this, that? BJP was the first party to give 33% reservation in every one of its organization down to the Panchayat to up to the national executive. And I'm a beneficiary of it. I've come into the national executive of BJP because there was reservation for women. So on women, BJP is never behind. And for that matter, the reservation bill, women's reservation bill, being the first one in the new parliament, is also because of BJP.
You know, as we try and build out, ladies and gentlemen, a new NDTV, it's always good to look back at the past as well. And very interestingly, we have in the audience the former chief executive of NDTV, who happened to be here, madam, to moderate a session at another event which was taking place nearby. And because this was an NDTV event, Vikram Chandra couldn't help, and we invited him to come and just join us here. So Vikram, here you go. NDTV, the finance minister, your question next.
Thanks a lot, Rahul. It's interesting to be holding this mic after 7 years, but madam, it was great to get a chance to come here and talk to you. Big bang reforms in GST, ma'am, but of course when it comes to reform, dil mange more, and I know you're working on other next-gen reforms. So there's a lot of interest in what they are, which areas they will be covering, will it be deregulation, and will they also be big bang?
Well, I should also recall the number of times I've attended Vikram Chandra in NDTV, in his program, during those days when I was spokesperson. I do recall that now before you. Well, on reforms, there's no point in me listing out anything at all. Prime Minister Modi is known for reforms. Even during COVID, he didn't sit back and say we should take care of the people, vaccination and things, forget the economy. No, even that time we came up with several reform steps. And therefore, reform is never off the agenda. PM is always there saying push more, get more reforms done. So there will be a lot more. And from my ministry, I will continue to do the work that we need to do, whether it is disinvestment, whether you're looking at land monetization, asset monetization, all that will go on. Yes, on the financial and non-financial regulator, as I announced in the budget, there are 4 committees now, one headed by the Home Minister, one headed by the Defense Minister, and 2 others, one headed by the Chief Cabinet Secretary and one by the former Cabinet Secretary. So there are a lot of activities happening now to get those streamlined and to push forward with reforms. There will be a lot more action.
Thank you for that, Finance Minister. There are folks from the hotel and restaurant industry, right? So I just want to take a question from the folks from the restaurant industry. And go ahead, please. Introduce yourself and then ask your question.
Namaskar, Minister. My name is Rahul Singh. I'm the trustee for NRAI, which stands for the National Restaurant Association of India. It's the organized sector for the restaurants. We do contribute 2% to the GDP and one of the largest employers in the country. Question I'll come to. Just hold on. Okay. So just bringing myself there, right? So first, we want to thank you because the Parantha debate is over, as we know. You know, that is a big debate, that Parantha should be taxed at whatever. No, I like both. Depends on the time of the day. The other is that, yes, we'll continue to employ a lot of people because AI can't, cook or serve for sure. So that's a good thing that we'll continue doing. There is only one request that we have, and it's kind of a question if it can be done that way. Our largest cost to our restaurant is actually two landlords. So one's the landlord, which is physical, which is the rent. The other is the Zomatos and the Swiggies, which are the digital landlords. And they charge us 18% tax, GST. We don't get an input tax for that. And we've not got input tax since 2017. So our request is, because that is more than the food cost, please do something about it. Make that part maybe 5%, at least when they charge us, because that's not being set off. And that, like Dr. Trehan said, that set off is important. So that's the request. The question is, we know constitutionally, liquor for human consumption is a state subject, and you just mentioned the friction, the state. One nation, one price. Can we bring liquor for human consumption in GST?
Liquor for human consumption sounds deeper than it actually is. But yes, Madam Finance Minister, why don't you respond on the issue of alcohol and on the issue subsequently of petroleum products? But can liquor ever come under GST? That's the question.
That depends on the states. It's not for me to answer that. Liquor will have to depend on the states. I can't even comment on it. Yes, Rahul.
Okay. There's a gentleman from the Auto Dealers Association. They've got lots of pent-up inventory. So got deep discounts, pent-up industry, and he has a question also. So go on.
So, Madam Finance Minister, I'm Venkesh Gulati representing FADA, Federation of Automobile Dealer Association. So first, thank you. Compensation cess has been absolved or finished. And all the issues, legal compliances issues were major in dealers, which is over now. But it has created one more issue. So overall, the GST, all the OEMs, like Mahindra has already started giving the post-GST price from today, even before 22nd, Audi and Skoda also. So as from the auto industry, we commit, we'll pass on everything. But one major thing with this reform, which has created an issue with the automobile dealers, which are working at paper-thin 3% margin, is the cess input, what is still left in the GST and ledger. So from 22nd onward, whatever cess input is left for a dealer will not be able to adjust as per our information as of today. There has been questions on the evening.
The question. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so.
See, the only answer I can give at this stage is for you all to please look at the FAQs that we've put out for every sector. I think on the day we had the press meet, in fact, the media themselves were given about 75 pages as press release, because every question that a journalist might have in her or his mind can be answered. So over and above that, we put on the website FAQs addressing all the questions that might run in the minds of anybody who's a part of this GST. So I'm sure I would only refer to you at this moment to go back to the FAQ, see it. It has answers for every question.
And while we do feel bad for automobile dealers because it's an awkward situation to be in, from the lens of the customer, it's not an unhappy situation, right? Because you've got deeper discounts than you ever will. And just linked to that, I think the executive director of Maruti Suzuki is here as well. So yes, go ahead and ask your question. And the question of passing on the benefits to the customer and your question to the finance minister. Go on. Okay.
Ma'am, honestly, you've done so much that it's now our time to respond. Obviously, it's a religion at Maruti, and I think our peer group within industry to pass on 100%. There is absolutely no doubt that a single paisa should be retained by the manufacturer. It's a gift from the government to the consumer of India. It's the consumer's day, should be passed on. Thanks. Of course, now it is for industry to respond. And in fact, we are now worried about investments. We might have to accelerate our capex cycle because the demand surge that might come. We want to be on the right side of the consumer and start producing.
Are you feeling a demand surge?
Yeah, in fact, we know the pulse of the customer. So we certainly will have a demand surge. The projection that we have given out is, for example, small cars had some structural issues. They were declining at about 6% per annum. From a -6, we think a swing to +10% growth. That is our initial projection. We may be surprised positively, we don't know. But certainly we are accelerating our new plants and investments in anticipation of more demand. And,
okay. Ma'am, now the two things. One, of course, the fact that you'd want the companies like Maruti, the Mahindras, etc., to spend more on building capacities here. Then the fear that part of this production was meant for exports. And it comes back to that point that till the time the uncertainty around tariffs settles, they're sinking in this infrastructure spend without knowing fully whether they'll be able to export in a competitive fashion or not. So there is that, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it, but there is that factor which also plays its out simultaneously.
That may be so, but I quite appreciate Maruti's commitment to transfer or pass on the tax reduction to their consumer. And that is the spirit which I think the people of India are also expecting, because eventually you asked Maruti the question that do you see a surge? I'll give you one input from my side. Much before, once the GST, union government's proposal, rate reduction were all now coming out in trickles, much before the GST Council met, so many industries called up to say, hey, would you please take this call sooner? Because those people who come to us are no longer ready to place an order. They're saying likely there is a reduction, so we shall wait. So you're also getting a situation from the other side saying surge, but before that they held back. So obviously a surge.
हमने भी wait किया है. I think lots of people here, I don't know if anybody is planning to buy a car, but many people decided to wait कि देख लेते हैं मैम क्या करती है फिर decide करते हैं. So can I just take some more questions from people? Ma'am, I have, in the economic survey, the chief economic advisor spoke about relooking investments from China. Now, given that the Prime Minister went there was a good meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping, how do you as Finance Minister view the contentious issue of investment coming from China, the sectors where you currently have guardrails, and given what we're seeing with the United States and the slight thaw that we're seeing with Beijing, how do you see this play out in the weeks and months to come?
Well, I think it's important. We will have to be negotiating for greater market access to Indian products in China, if at all there is a trade talk. About investment, the PN3 guides us, Note 3 guides us. It's also true that we very clearly said investments from neighborhood we are not entertaining, particularly during and immediately after the Galvan crisis. But the PN3 has also been made a bit flexible as regards domain experts, technicians who will have to come to complete projects which are already in the ground. Now, if projects are already on the ground and they're not getting completed because experts were not available, we had to that extent, allow experts to come. As regards investments, which is your specific question, are we flexing it? Are we making it easier? I think the concerned departments will have to talk about it and then come back to take a call on it.
Are you less wary than you were earlier, just philosophically and ideologically?
No, I would continue to be cautious.
Interesting. Vishnu Shom has a question for you. Vishnu.
That's not to deter any decision in favor.
No,
caution is a word.
Of course, absolutely.
Ma'am, I had the opportunity of meeting the Chinese ambassador yesterday. He spoke to a few journalists. And he's called for a fair, equitable business environment in India. We're in the midst of a reset in ties with China. I don't know if the word reset is accurate or not. Some suggest that it may be. Do you believe that, do you welcome greater Chinese involvement in our economy? And what about rare earths, which is found mention? Is that not critical for us to achieve our economic goals?
No, No, it is absolutely critical to achieve our economic goals, no doubt. And I would want to have trading relationship with every country, investments to be attracted from any country, no doubt. But I'm just getting into the detail. If you ask me one step more, get into the granular detail. These are my thoughts. I need greater market access as much as opening up my market for you, for anybody, for any country. In a way, isn't that the question of what negotiations with the US, with the EU is all about? Give us greater access and trade surplus. There are many countries which have trade surplus as against vis-a-vis United States. So we also have a huge deficit against China. So when you put India's interest on the top, there are aspects which have to be said and negotiated on. That's the point I'd like to highlight.
Okay, I said we'll give some of the leading voices of India Inc. an opportunity. I also want to move back and give some folks sitting towards the seats at the back the opportunity. Go on, please.
Firstly, ma'am, I'll take the opportunity to join all the senior dignitaries in thanking you for bringing us an early Diwali gift this year in the form of 2.0. The question is very quick. I'm personally a startup founder. I have benefited from the startup benefits that the government has prevailed personally because I have created a product company out of AI. But my question is very short and simple. Today's youth in India is now aspiring to make the tech giants now come out of India. And whilst there's a lot that we've already received in the 2.0, compliance is something where it's slightly on the heavier side. And with total number of startups that are coming up, and startup founders are always working on the thinnest of margins, is there something that we can expect in the coming times where towards the compliances and services side also the regimes can get slightly more compressed so that we can probably think of not using foreign AIs and creating our own chat GPTs in India itself in the coming times to come?
When you say compliance, I don't know what you're referring to, because as many compliance-related issues that may pertain to me, central government, we are actively engaged with the stakeholders to say, tell us where you want to remove something, we are willing. Hasn't the last 2 terms of Prime Minister Modi seen so many archaic acts being removed, compliance conditions being removed? We are always on course for it. But the problem sometimes is, I'm not shifting the blame, startups are located somewhere in some state because union government doesn't have its territory except for union territories which are known. But if the compliance pertains to a state regulation or a state law, that is for the respective states to deal with. That burdens you equally. I accept that point. But even states will have to take up this thing about making it easy for startups. We are still ready. As many as the issues that you'll draw to my attention, I will work on them. That will continue.
Ma'am, there was a question that somebody sent on social media. I want to ask you this. This is to do with real money gaming. The government brought a new law which bans real money gaming. And the question is on behavior. And we had the same question for you when you did the same with cryptocurrency. The government comes with an iron fist and comes out with a law. It doesn't really change youth behavior. A lot of those who are buying cryptocurrencies in India move some of those investments abroad through VPN. They still continue to trade. And a lot of the Web 3.0 companies feel they're having to move to Dubai, move elsewhere, but they're still trying to do the same thing. And a lot of that money is coming from India. The concern around real money gaming is the same, that while and there's a moral reason why you've done what you have, but it doesn't change behavior. And therefore, instead of Indian startup founders benefiting from the surge in real money gaming, the benefit just gets exported to somebody in some other geography who's making the same money with the people who are based out of India. How do you look at this argument?
So it's for us, Rahul, to say we encourage money gaming at any cost. And even if citizens are calling up the PMO, sending emails to many of us, SMSs, WhatsApps, to saying my family is getting ruined, does the government care or not? And that is why, whether you recall my conversations on crypto, which you are doing now, or whether this one, we are not against the technology. We are not against the technology which builds up these games. That is why entertainment related games, online gaming, all that is fine. But when money is involved and betting comes into the place, or people are bidding money for greater game purposes, many families have lost their monies. And many middle class families are saying, what's happening? Our children are playing it thinking it's free, and it is temptingly free to enter. And after that, you are unknowingly walking into a payment scheme of things. Families have really become very agitated and wanted government to take an action. We reflect the people's opinion. Money gamings are going outside of the country. Well, we are not against the technology or bringing in entertainment through digital games. But gambling or bidding for games through online is worrisome. And it's not just Government of India. Many states have already banned it. Why have they done it? So I think we'll have to draw some fine lines somewhere.
Madam Finance Minister, we are out of time. This just so happens to have been my first broadcast at NDTV. And we're thinking about finding a special opportunity to come and do this first broadcast. I don't think we could have done anything more special. So on behalf of the NDTV team and on behalf of everyone who's joined us here, can we have a very warm round of applause for Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman for coming into this setting and for taking questions from we the people and from all of us, all of you who came here today to join this town hall. Thank you so much for taking our time. Thank you, Madam Finance Minister. Wish you a happy Diwali, a double Diwali, and before that, happy Navratras. And thank you for making it so special for everyone. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same
Hello,
this side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right? I've handled weapons. Yeah, हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने training वगैरह?
मैंने training भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there. Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है, sir.
So this is Indian made?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from, sir, AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made,
That
sir.
is also Indian.
Yes, sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of insas, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे।
अच्छा।
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे।
सपोर्ट लेंगे।
करेक्ट।
लिम्बर में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बाट और खंडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोरहैंड ग्रिप पर पकड़ते हुए सीज का अलाइनमेंट करें। बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट की अंदर पर घुसाना है।
ओके। आगे सर। हाँ हाँ चलिए चलिए।
फायर लाइन ऑफ। हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ। फायर भर। चलो सामने टारगेट। अपना टाइम पर 5 राउंड फायर।
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out there.
गोल्ड प्लस क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Just a very quick update amidst a very big news day on the vice presidential poll here in India. Sources telling us a total of 768 MPs have voted in the vice president poll, 98.3% voting for the vice president poll. All 427 NDA MPs, BJP-led NDA MPs have voted for their vice presidential pick. 13 MPs have abstained from the voting. Remember, the BJD, the BS, the Shiromani and independent MPs have abstained. So 13 MPs in all have abstained so far. We will have a result, which was already a foregone conclusion, in a very short while from now. NDTV's political team is tracking that. I wanted to quickly get you that update. We're taking a very quick break. Back with a big headline from Nepal and the vice presidential election right after this.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
We'll go in a bulletproof vehicle, which is a make in India bulletproof vehicle. अच्छा, ये हिंदुस्तान में बने? जी। आइए, तो आपको लेके चलते हैं। आइए, चलिए। तो ये महिंद्रा की गाड़ी है?
जी सर।
और बुलेट प्रूफ है पूरी तरह से? कितने mm की बुलेट रोकती है?
ये 7.62 mm की
7.62 तक रोक देती है
जी।
और बॉम्ब प्रूफ भी है नीचे कुछ माइन वाइन हुआ तो
माइन के लिए स्टील प्लेट
है नीचे।
So like you were talking about, ये एंटी टेरर ऑपरेशन में फॉरवर्ड पोस्ट में इट्स अ लाइफ सेविंग।
या इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। सो इट्स वंडरफुल कि अब हम ये सारी इक्विपमेंट ये हिंदुस्तान में बन रहा है।
वेलकम मिस्टर रावत,
थैंक यू
वेलकम। ये हमारी अमर ट्रेनिंग नोड है। अमर मींस आर्मी मार्शल आर्ट्स रूटीन।
ओके, आर्मी मार्शल आर्ट्स।
अनआर्म्ड कॉम्बैट, जब भी कभी हमारे पास कोई हथियार ना हो तो हैंड टू हैंड फाइट में
गन नहीं हो। हाँ,
आइए आपको
जी दिखाइए।
सबसे पहले नाइफ की फाइटिंग दिखाएंगे कि अगर नाइफ के साथ फाइटिंग है, हमारे पास वेपन नहीं है, राइफल नहीं है, तो हमारे पास नाइफ हो सकता है। फिर हो सकता है कि हमारे पास कभी संतरी हमें साइलेंट करने पड़ते हैं कि कई बार कुछ होता है, हमें कहीं पे रेड प्लान करनी है, कोई ऐसा ऑपरेशन जाना है, दुश्मन के पास वेपन है, हमारे पास नहीं है, जहाँ हमें साइलेंटली किसी के ऊपर अटैक करना है, तो वो चीज़। दुश्मन के पास राइफल है, हमारे पास नहीं है, फिर उसको कैसे टैकल करना है, उस चीज़ का आप लोग
दिखाइए। ये लेफ्ट का हाथ यहाँ क्यों होता है?
लेफ्ट का हमारी डिफेंस के लिए होता है।
अच्छा, डिफेंस के लिए।
कि हम वी आर अटैकिंग एट समवन कैन हिट अस।
One hand is defending also.
We use for defense and with the other we attack.
Right. Okay.
We're the only country with such a large population of youth and युवा.
Pure talent और कुछ नहीं है।
बुलाने वाला फ्यूचर काफी अच्छा है स्पोर्ट्स का।
Luck, patience and a lot of
Good evening and welcome. You're watching this special broadcast on NDTV 24/7. What a day it has been, with Nepal plunging into chaos, but the dance of democracy underway here in India. India is set to get its next vice president. The choice is quite clear because C.P. Radhakrishnan, the nominee, the candidate of the NDA, clearly has the numbers in his favor. But what really is happening? We'll take you through all of that. I'm Padmaja Joshi, and a long streak of a massive showdown over the vice president polls is set to come to its end in just a few hours from now, because counting is underway. The name of the new VP will be announced in just a few hours from now. We have seen top leaders casting their votes across political parties, starting from the Prime Minister himself. Today morning, he became the first person to cast his ballot. Sonia Gandhi, Home Minister Amit Shah, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, they were all there. Even Deva Gowda, though ailing, came in on a wheelchair to cast his ballot. Amid this fierce showdown, another rare display of camaraderie emerged when Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge was actually seen walking in hand with Union Road Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari. They arrived together, set a lot of tongues wagging about what actually was happening. Although, to be fair, there was a fair bit of bonhomie right through the day. People from across the aisles were seen mingling with each other because the outcome is more or less known to both the sides. But could there be some surprises? Because there's always the final result where some people seem to cross-vote. That always has been the NDA's attempt. They know they have the numbers, but the real focus will be on the fence-sitters. Leaders from rival political parties were seen smiling, shaking hands, walking together towards the polling booth. The voting has ended at 5 p.m. as per sources in the government. Here is what we know so far. 768 MPs have cast their vote. All 427 MPs from NDA cast their vote, while 13 from the BJD, BRS, Shiromani Akali Dal and a few independents abstained. So the real surprise there was the BRS, BJD, who decided to stay away. Shiromani Akali Dal and a few few independents also abstained. Before I go across to the guests who are joining us now, let's listen in to a few of the reactions. But the most important thing, remember, has been that on the one hand, you've got somebody with a Sangh background who was the candidate of the NDA, and INDI bloc said that this is a battle for India's soul. It is to save the constitution. The counting of votes has concluded. India's next VP, and that's the news coming in right now. The next Vice President of India is to be named very shortly. 98% voting took place in these elections, and the numbers are clearly stacked in favor of C.P. Radhakrishnan, the governor of Maharashtra, somebody who's from Tamil Nadu. He's from a Sangh background. He has been a member of the RSS. He has been a member of parliament. He has seen the working of the RSS and the BJP from the inside, and he is a clear favorite. C.P. Radhakrishnan is set to be the next Vice President of India. But the optics of this, very, very interesting and very, very important, because INDI said this is about opposing the forces who are trying to take over the country. This is fighting against the ideology of the BJP and the RSS. This is about saving secularism. Here is somebody who has been a judge. He is our candidate, and on the other, you've got somebody from the Sangh being made the candidate by the NDA. How this is going to give us a lot of indicators about where the politics of the country is headed, we'll tell you in just a bit. But first, let's listen in to a few reactions.
जो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट कैंडिडेट हैं वो जीतने की सभी संभावनाएं हैं, इसीलिए सारे पार्टियां कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि लोकतंत्र में हम सभी लोग एक होकर सुदर्शन रेड्डी जी को जिताना, यही एक अपना मकसद है.
How do you see the voting and the fight on vice president?
I think it's an important election, but we all know what the numbers are supposed to be like. Let's see what happens when the votes are counted. We're all going to go vote for our candidates and see how things go. But in advance, people have an idea that the votes on the NDA side outnumber us.
Sir, confident of a big win? Very confident. And with a thumping majority. The majority which we have, more than that, we will win. And our candidate is also very popular among the MPs. He has become very popular. And with the blessing of all these MPs, he is going to win with a historical margin. Good support from South India? South India? There are many supporters. That have already come in the public domain. I don't want to specifically say on that, but one or two parties, they have come in, said in the public domain that we are not going to vote, we are going to abstain. But otherwise, all others are voting, and we are hoping for a very good margin.
मुझे लगता है कि अंतरात्मा से मतदान करने के बाद भी ये अवश्यंभावी है कि एनडीए के कैंडिडेट के रूप में सीपी राधाकृष्णन जी एक बड़े अंतर के साथ में विजयी होंगे. एनडीए के कैंडिडेट के नाते सीपी राधाकृष्णन साहब की विजय उतनी ही सुनिश्चित है जितनी कल का सूर्योदय पूरब से होना है.
वोट तो अंतर आत्मा उस पर पड़ता है, और दूसरा पूरा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस्तेमाली पार्टी है. पहले इस्तेमाल करो फिर बर्बाद करो, पहले करो फिर बर्बाद करो. भाई हमारे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट जो खोए हुए हैं उनके साथ भी यही हुआ. रख लीजिए, जीत का नंबर हम लोगों के पक्ष में ही आएगा.
सब बहुत ये इलेक्शन जब से अनाउंस हुआ तब से हम सब कोशिश कर ही रहे.
कई पार्टियों ने अब्सटेन करने का भी निर्णय
नहीं, वो तो इंडिया अलायंस की तो है नहीं, वो सारी पार्टियां तो बीजेपी के मित्र पक्ष है, तो ये जवाब आपको बीजेपी को पूछना पड़ेगा.
लेकिन क्या क्रॉस वोटिंग की आशंका है? क्योंकि
नहीं, क्यों ऐसी चीज़ें क्यों बोले? हर व्यक्ति ने इतना बड़ा ये इलेक्शन है, और ये कोई पार्टी का सिर्फ सवाल नहीं है, हर व्यक्ति ने उस पोस्ट पे बैठा जाए वो जो देश का हित रखे.
As a democratic setup, we all have to fight together. The India bloc is fight together. We have requested for a conscious vote. We all, the India bloc and all the opposition parties have joined together to vote against the candidate. We are confident all of us will give us a conscious vote.
All right, so it's almost certain that C.P. Radhakrishnan any moment now is going to be announced as the next vice president. But what's going to be very, very important is whether there has been any cross-voting as well. That always has been the attempt of the NDA to get some of the fence-sitters and at least a few cross-voters on their side. Aishwarya is joining us live now from the ground. Yes, Aishwarya, what information are you getting?
Well, the counting is underway for the vice president's polls, and the latest that we are picking up from the counting station at the Rajya Sabha Secretariat is that NDA believes that 427 votes have been casted in their favor, and they're hoping that the difference between the opposition candidate, that is Sudarshan Reddy, would be of more than 100 votes. 40 to 50 votes could be cross-voted is something that the NDA